Welcome everybody to the Genesis Mindset. So we have a very special episode today. So I have young DJ Khalid, or used to be DJ Khalid, Khalid on crypto. That's how I got to know him in the first place. So everybody loves Khalid on crypto. He's a really humble young man. He's sincere. He's, in my opinion, probably one of the most well-rounded and calm individuals in the pulse chain influencer space. So I've got a lot of respect for him. And I love how he's held his ground and how he's held his position through this storm around pDAI. So we're going to discuss how we've been able to maintain our faith throughout this trying time and why we still believe and where we think things are at right now and where we think things are going. So without further ado, let's bring up young Khalid onto the stage. What's going on, bro?
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, man. Great, really great. Yeah, I feel really calm. I actually just finished a meditation session, so I've done a lot of meditating for the last couple of days. Actually, I'm
That's
you know,
really
I'm a
good.
meditation guide, but I don't always actually meditate because I'm quite busy with a lot of other things. But the last few
Mhm.
days, I've really felt like I need to really get control of my emotions and my body and my mind. So, how have you been going, man?
Yeah, I've been doing well. I'm fasting right now, and it's kind of on the same lines. Actually, I've been, taking a step back from making videos, and just like letting the events unfold, focusing on other stuff, like just getting closer to God, basically. Because right now I'm going through Ramadan. I'm fasting.
Because it's
So
Ramadan at the moment, isn't it? What
it
day are
is.
you in on Ramadan?
I think it's day 24. It's 24, so within the
Wow.
last 10 days.
And Ramadan is where you basically don't eat anything throughout the whole day, and then at night, then you just eat,
Yes.
right? Okay.
From I think from sunrise to sunset, basically. Yeah, no water, no nothing.
Oh, no water as well.
No water. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, even when you said no water, I could hear like little dry.
The dry. Yeah, but
Oh, wow, man. Much respect. Wow.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I usually go like gym just before I break my fast.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice. And then so when you eat like, do you eat lots of proteins and meats or?
100%. Yeah, high
Oh,
protein,
wow.
high fat, low carb. Yeah,
Nice, man. How much longer have you got for Ramadan?
I think it's just 5 more days, and then that's it. Back to normal life.
Mm. I mean, I'm curious about these things. So I'm very I love all religions, to be perfectly honest with you. So I don't
Same
side
here.
with any. I consider myself to just I be agnostic. I believe that there is a God. So is it how do you find have you had any particular experiences through the fasting or through Ramadan that has kind of opened your mind up more to God in some particular way or
Yeah, I mean, I think in Ramadan in general, why is it a special month? Is because it's the month that that the Quran was basically sent down to us, was answered through our prayers. So I feel like this is a chance for me to get closer to God and just remember
Mm,
that this is my purpose in life is to actually, because in life basically I can choose to be a slave to my desires, but I choose to be a slave to my Creator. Um, and just in
mm,
general, getting closer to God just makes my life happier. I can 100% tell the difference. And there are moments where I was like, okay, yeah, this is God's plan, where I didn't think it's the right path to go under, but there's always a light under every tunnel. And I do feel like I'm being blessed
mm.
because my mother, my family is praying with me, and just in general, like the concept of karma. But I just feel like that's God who's rewarding me. Do good, get good, basically.
That's beautiful. So I imagine then you were born into that religion, or is it something that you've
Yes,
grown
yes, I
into,
was. Yeah.
or mm. And so even I mean, this is one of the reasons why I actually wanted to talk to you as well, because I know that you have deep faith, and that's something that I really admire in you, and I really like how you praise God at the end of your episodes. I just think it's a beautiful thing. So it's something that I respect a lot. You know, some people are really kind of shy away from their faith, and myself, I've had a lot of experiences, and the biggest experiences I've had was one through Easter and one through the period of Ramadan. So again, I don't
Oh,
sort of subscribe to any of the religions, but I've had these deep connections to it was God. And one I
mm,
was like, why Ramadan and why Easter. So it really like opened my mind up to like all the religions. So I've always felt like I've never had a bias towards any. Um, so what I'm curious, like from this perspective of faith, how do you find faith aligns with or against your what you're doing in cryptocurrency?
That's a very good question. I feel like it does tie back into purpose. Um, just in general, I do feel like one of my main purposes is just sharing the knowledge, helping
Mm,
people. And I feel like that is a good deed within itself. And, it's just in general that with pulsechain, I actually was not supposed to come back to crypto. When I started my channel, this was in the previous bull market. I stopped the making videos when we reached the bear market. I did sacrifice in Pulse X, and I forgot about pulsechain. And then all of a sudden, my brother like texts me. He goes, "Oh, by the way, pulsechain launched." And then I literally ignored the text. And then like 6 months later, I was like, you know what? Maybe I should like check on pulsechain. And then that was the only reason I got back into crypto, because everything else felt the same. I was there in
mm,
the previous bull market. I saw all the different bubbles, from the metaverse to NFTs to, the meme coin market being born, which was absolutely crazy, with Dogecoin, etc. And then Shiba
mm,
Inu, like it was huge. But then it just still felt like everything's the same. But when I looked into pulsechain, I was like, well, hold on, I want to be part of that, not as a content creator, as a represent pulsechain. I like the movement, freedom of speech. That's what I sacrificed for at the end of the day. So yeah, here we are. I do feel like it was, part of my God's plan.
mm.
Yeah,
And
100%.
have you had moments throughout your journey in Pulse Chain? So, so I mean, I find it very interesting that even from that perspective, you've kind of gravitated and opened your mind up to Pulse Chain. I love that. I also felt exactly the same. And then since you've been in Pulse Chain, have you ever have you ever felt like there's been moments where God has kind of steered you in a particular direction or steered you away from a particular direction? Have you felt like your faith has been something that's helped you throughout? I mean, it's been a trying time in Pulse Chain. Let's be honest. I mean, if you're just a core coin holder, you're down. I mean, obviously now with pDAI, everything's gone like it's like it's a crazy time. So have you felt like your faith has been something you've been able to lean on?
That's a good question. Number one, my answer is I don't believe in coincidences. So do feel like everything that's happened is for a reason. The people that I've met early on in Pulse Chain, the people that I started watching, like saw me early on as well. I do feel like, okay, this is for a reason, and I feel like I did get quite lucky, and it is, a matter of, okay, was I lucky or did I deserve it? You know what I mean? So,
Mm,
and I do feel like I was blessed for sure. Very grateful, even where we are at in Pulse Chain. I have no regrets, and I feel like we are still in the best chain ever. One of the best things about Pulse Chain is not really the technology, the fact that we're quicker than Ethereum, you know, um, cheaper than Ethereum, quote unquote.
mm,
It is really because of the community. When you look at it ratio wise, and even volume, actually, when you look at the market cap to volume ratio, and just the fact that we have such a strong community, I do feel like we are in the best place, most undervalued chain, regardless of what you believe in Pulse Chain. Almost everything is cheap right now. Like we do
mm.
have information asymmetry.
Oh, 100%, man. 100%. And one thing that you mentioned a little bit earlier as well was purpose, particularly aligned
Yeah.
to your faith as well. And that's something that I feel very strongly. That's what I feel. That's the reason why I started a channel, because I feel like I've got a purpose and God is I'm fulfilling that purpose through cryptocurrency as a force of economic energy. And so has is that how you perceive cryptocurrency as well?
Um, you know what? I do feel like, me doing my videos and stuff, it does feel like it's like a calling. What I'm doing.
Mm,
I'm basically a day-to-day software engineer. I would like this to be kind of something I'm fully focused on. I've done countless of hours for free, like on Zoom calls with people who are helping to be onboarded, and it's the greatest feeling to hear that I've helped them demystify the world of crypto. So yeah, I do think that this is my next chapter in life.
mm.
100%.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. And so, yeah, let's have a chat about what's been going on with pDAI. So, obviously, I mean, yeah, we'll bring up the screen here first of all. So, how I mean, I've been watching your videos and I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of your perspective, but how has your perspective been like challenged, or like how have you been able to maintain your faith in your position?
That's a good question. First of all, can you hear me? Because I did see someone say my mic is low compared to you. Am I loud now?
Uh, that's a bit better. That's a bit better for me now. The way that you're
Sick.
speaking there, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it better for
Okay.
everyone else?
We'll see in the chat. Yo, are we live? Is this real chat? Or is it an AI video?
Yeah.
But yeah, now going back to it with the DAI, I feel like right now, at the price that we are at, we are still doing a higher high, higher low, which is what I like to see. But one thing for sure that everyone can literally agree on is that pDAI was question mark is the greatest narrative, in my opinion, not only within pulsechain but in all of crypto. I am still betting on it that it will be the unicorn of the next DeFi season, DeFi 3.0, that we're going to see this bull run. So it is the charts as well that did a 10,000x. Like, we've actually had bull run returns in pulsechain.
I mean, it was just going so perfectly for so long. The channel that it was in, the narrative that was running, everything was just perfect. And
Yeah.
all the little pieces of the puzzle that we were kind of picking up along the way, the momentum that was building up along the way, people getting onboarded, and Somi started talking about it, and the microphone just grew louder and louder. And then we've reached this point now where the big dog has really shaken up everything. And now as well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I always try to do my best to be objective, even though I mean, from a personal perspective, I try to be very rational and heart-based. I don't want to be like too much one or the other. I try to be
100%.
as balanced as possible.
Yeah.
But something in my heart tells me that there's something not right about this. But the evidence keeps piling up on this side and the evidence keeps piling up on this side. How have you been able to navigate the contradiction of information in your own mind and your own heart?
That's a very good question. I mean, the events, how it started with Maria, obviously the 5996 wallet, quote unquote, dumping, and then Maria having a fake meltdown. I feel like it's weirdly very close to when Richard Hart made his tweet about saying, "Oh, hey, I'm not a founder of anything. Don't try to label me to be a founder." And then he later on said, "Oh, this is a PRC20 that, quote unquote, has a minting problem, question mark. It's rumored that they are dumping it off chain." And then he goes, "Sell pDAI, question mark." You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's starting to become progressively worse or even clearer. But at the same time, like, I'm like, wait, hold on. Why is he sending these mixed signals at some times? Which I want to start with by saying the fact that he said pDAI has admin keys. This was very recently. And it's quite clear because if you know Richard, like, I've watched tons of his videos, and he talks a lot about one of the greatest USPs. And this is, again, to all the pDAI haters and whatever, right? You have to agree with this. Like, before we continue, we actually have to have a foundation of what we agree, a list of facts before we turn the page. Is that he has been talking about the PRC20 narrative. Okay, he's been saying, "Oh, hold on, I have some tricks up my sleeve." There's other clips where he talks about, quite clearly says that he dislikes USDT, USDC because they have blacklist and freeze functions, right? And he said, "Oh, they have admin keys. They need to have an actual bank. They are partially backed," which we don't know how much they were partially backed. And then he literally goes, and there's another stablecoin. Sometimes he doesn't mention it because he wants to keep it, I don't know, a hint or something. And he goes, "Oh, there's another one that doesn't have admin keys. That is fully backed algorithmically. You know what I mean? Over collateralized, that we know." It's quite clear. And he's been thinking about it. And I've attached this ages ago where it was a to-do list from Richard Hart that he wrote before pulsechain even launched. Like he was putting the MVP points, the minimal viable product. And he literally mentioned stablecoin from my exchange.
I was trying to look for that list. Yeah, I was trying to look for that list. His list of like the things that he's going to attack in a particular order, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And one of them, yes, was I think he mentioned the wallet V3. Hopefully, so hopefully we'll see V3 and PulseX. We are a little bit lagging on the upgrades side of things, like PulseX. Just update the. Let's make it. First of all, I hate how slow the info tab is at times.
Yes.
And recently
it has
with
been a lot better recently, actually, I must admit.
I mean, it's really good. I do like it. It's very simplistic. It's a good UI for sure. But I just wish, get the V3 up, update the block scanner, which, we've kind of been not embarrassed, but like Zach XPT is like, oh, even though there might be quote unquote scammers on pulsechain, he goes, oh, I'm not even going to go in there because I don't give a crap about pulsechain. And then he later on said, what did he say? He goes, oh, we don't even have a decent block scanner, which is crazy. I do feel like we need to get that upgraded. Hopefully that's in the works.
So beside all that, so we'll bring this tweet up in just a moment,
Yes.
but how have you been able to navigate? So you're obviously, okay, so you're referencing this past Richard Hart. So the videos that we've all heard and trying to read between the lines, and we're kind of listening with our heart, getting excited about this potential future of like freedom, basically. And then how do you navigate that old Richard with this Richard who, by the way, this Richard, I mean, this is something that no one's really mentioned, but Richard only communicates in person. He doesn't use Twitter, Telegram, social media, email messages, YouTube, newspapers, magazine, mail, TV, or radio. Humble. So no one's really bringing this up. The one person that brought this up a few weeks ago was maybe a few months ago, maybe ID Block. So he brought up when something happened with pDAI, and Richard did a pro pDAI tweet. And then he was like, there's something wrong with Richard. Like, is this the real Richard? And pDAI bros all attacked him. And I was like, man, poor ID Block. Like, I mean, it does say it. Richard does say it in his Twitter. So it's hard to take that. It's hard to take it on face value. So you really don't know what to believe. So now, obviously, how do you navigate that old Richard that we've all seen and heard with this new Richard? Who's basically, I mean, what was this one here? I saw this one. Who warns you about admin keys? This guy. I mean, it's just...
And that's a great point. Like, Richard does this a lot. I've actually read almost all his tweets where he warns us about counterparty risk, and he just in general talking about even centralized, stable coins, etc. But it's just so weird to me, where I know he knows. Like, he's smarter than this. I feel like a lot of people underestimate Richard. Yes, he's not the Messiah. Yes, he's infallible. He can make mistakes, such as, I'll mention right now, such as the sacrifice. I wish there was a cap on what people can sacrifice. We've created too many whales. But going back to it, he knows that pDAI does not have admin keys. There's executive voting, basically. This is the DAO members of pDAI, and there's governance polling, which are the people that have the maker governance, the DAO token. There's nothing else. Like, there's no admin keys. Which, like, again, gives me this hint, is like, hold on. I want to, basically, I don't want to give, obviously, financial advice. I never did. But I have a bag. I made my profits. Great. I love it. But I have a bag. Am I going to hold and wait, or am I going to wait and then start buying up when it's too late? Because, of course, if you're going to wait for certainty, like if you want to wait till all your questions are answered, it's going to be too late. It's going to be a trade-off. So you have to go against by odds, because at the end of the day, we are in crypto. Nothing is 100%. Like, some people ask me, I'm like, okay, I'm new to pulsechain. What should I buy? I can't give them an answer. I'm like, just go watch my videos, see what I talk about. This is how I feel. This is my thought process. Okay, my videos at the end of the day is to give you a perspective into how I feel, like what I believe in. And I always advocate for watching multiple perspectives, because at the end of the day, we all have our own. And reality is a whole different thing. Nobody knows reality. Exactly. We just literally have glasses that are looking in from far away. It's like, imagine someone who's standing 100 feet away from a building and someone who's 150 feet away from the building. We're trying to describe what we're seeing, but none of us are 100% accurate. So we have to
Mm.
go by odds. Okay, what are the odds that Richard Hart's behind it? We go from there. What are the odds that, okay, there is a team behind it? We go from there. What are the odds that Richard did not know about this exploit?
Mm.
Like, what was he referring to? One of the greatest USPs, unique selling points of pulsechain, is the whole PRC20 narrative. Are you telling me that once pDAI, if it fails, are you telling me we're going to latch on to another PRC20? No, there's going to be no trust. And people
Mm.
talk about how it's a free coin. Da, 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 da. No, it's quite clear that he talked about, oh, I have tricks up my sleeve. He mentioned, oh, there's people that are reaching out to me to do a MakerDAO replacement. And he teased people by going like, okay, we know it's not going to be, when we launch pulsechain, it's not going to be $1, but it's going to be worth of some value. And he goes, it's very interesting to see how it goes from there.
Mm.
And you know what's crazy? When he mentions admin keys in the previous Christmas video, not this one, the one before in 2023,
Mm-hmm.
it's actually wrapped to Bitcoin that has admin keys.
Mm.
Okay,
You mentioned that a while ago. Yeah.
he did. Yeah, he did, and it actually did cause PwC to fall heavily.
Yeah.
And I looked into it, and I fully debunked it. By the way, fully debunked it. So yes, it does have admin keys, but it's a multi-sig. Okay, and not a lot of people know how it works. Yes, it's founded by BitGo, but even if they wanted to mint, and if they came here, they cannot. Number one, if they wanted to vote and make a change, they need 8 out of 13, I believe, 13 DAO members. You can go check it out, the BitGo Wrapped Bitcoin website. But the way how Wrapped Bitcoin works, which, once I debunked it, I fully trust PWBTC, right? 154,000 supply. Technically, it can go higher than Bitcoin's price given the right market conditions. I don't have no crystal ball. I'm not a financial advisor, but I financially speculate though. But the way how it works, there's multiple roles, and I really do like the system behind it. How there's custodians, there's merchants, there's exchanges, and there's the protocol itself, and all of them are basically decentralized. So if BitGo actually wants, and BitGo is only a DAO member, so it's neither of the above. If you want to mint PWC, you have to first deposit real Bitcoin to a merchant, right? Or you can buy it from a swap, which is an exchange. But if you want to mint new wrapped Bitcoin, you have to go through a merchant, send them the real Bitcoin, and then they're going to confirm by sending that request, forwarding that request to the custodian, which I believe the custodian is the one that holds the real Bitcoin, that's backing it 1-to-1. And then once that confirms it, it forwards the mint request to the protocol, the other smart contract that actually does the minting. But do you see how it's, delegated over different, like it's very modular. I do really like this, where, if it fails along the way, it just won't go through. And that's really like you're compartmentalizing the process. This is what crypto should be about, decentralized, and that's how it works. And then
brutally savaged is what this has been either by him.
Sorry,
it was never as publicly savaged as this has been by him.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I feel like what we're seeing right now, and just in general, he never wanted to attach his name to this. Like I've said this many times. He doesn't want to end up dead in a beach in Puerto Rico with 3 bullets behind his head, as we've seen with the co-founder of MakerDAO.
Do you know what makes this so hard, Khalid? From that perspective, is because the division is like probably 98% of the community are taking at face value what is tweeted, and then the other tiny percentage are saying, nah, this is not right. This is all just a psyop. But in saying it's a psyop, it's like implicating him negatively in something that he might be deliberately trying to separate himself from. So it's like a very, very, very like delicate situation that's, I don't know. I feel like it's very, very hard to navigate. I feel like it's very hard to navigate.
I agree with you. I've spoken with a few OG hexagons, and they did tell me, they go like, "Hey, Khalid, by the way, like Richard is more malicious than you think." And I'm like, okay, fair enough. But at the same time, Are we seeing a case of him really trying to, make sure that he's clearing his name? But at the same time, what comes to me is that, okay, yes, there's a high chance, okay, that he's not behind pDAI, right? But it's never 100%. And I want to wait to find out. It's quite clear.
Mm,
It's been going on for years. pDAI been going.
mm,
He bragged about it so many times.
mm,
Like you telling me that whatever his 12-man dev team doesn't know about this. The fact that they put the
mm,
first logo in pulsechain, they don't know about this. The fact that the bottom, the all-time low, was exactly 55555 to $1.
there's a lot.
Again,
It's like,
I don't believe in coincidences, man. Like, come on.
no.
I don't get people who are, and I understand this. Listen, if you can, depending on everyone's risk tolerance, number one, don't ever overexpose yourself to one token. Like I've said this all the time. I believe in the core 7. Yes, some people say it's only core 4, but I made it core 7. I believe in something. PulseX, Hex, INC, eHex. By the way, I started speaking about eHex last June, July, where it was very low. Not a lot of people talk about it. This is
Mm-hmm.
the aftermath of Richard Hart killing eHex, by the way, which can be comparable to this, right?
Mm,
Where Richard went on a spree talking about how, the market has chosen, oh yeah, Ethereum was made and people left Ethereum Classic, Bitcoin was made and people left Bitcoin Cash, Hex was made and people, like he was giving an analogy. And it's like, yo, Richard, what are you doing? Like you just fudded your own charts. But guess what?
mm,
Here we are today. I still believe in eHex. Could be the greatest CTO story.
mm. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, and there's a lot of power to that as well that I think a lot of people aren't realizing that if the community does take over eHex and eHex survives and thrives without his endorsement, it's very bullish, particularly given that some of the biggest downside arguments against Hex is the origin address and Richard Hart can dump it, all this BS, which now has really been removed because of the staking of the origin address. But it's been one of the the biggest downside arguments against it. So you make a really good. I never really thought about it from that perspective as a CTO, and that's kind of how I feel like what's happening with pDAI at the moment. There is this movement of believers that believe that there's something here that we stood for, that we sacrificed for, that there is a potential, that there is a hope, that yes, the evidence is saying, like even I brought it up here, this one here. So I just made a new tweet. There's this was just a few hours ago. So
Hmm.
this apparently they've confirmed that this is very solid. This is solid, this hacker. And honestly, when I first saw it, I was like, I don't believe this hacker. And then not only do I not believe that there's this hacker, the people that I saw who said that they were the ones who found the hacker, I caught them red-handed, like trying to deceive me on my timeline. I'm like, these are the same groups of people that everybody is telling me that these guys are deliberately spreading FUD in all the spaces. They're deliberately trying to cause chaos and spin. And now I've caught them red-handed doing exactly the same thing. And they're the ones that have said that they've found this hacker. It really put a shadow of doubt in my mind. But
Hmm.
then there's this. And when the whole community is just like, okay, let's move on. And I can't even, I mean, I'll be in some like mastermind groups. And I posted a video about it and everyone just shuts it down. And they're like, no, we don't want to talk about it anymore. Richard said this, let's move on. We're not going to talk about it anymore. And I was like, well, I don't know. It's so difficult because he's the big dog and we followed everything that he said up until now. But this is, I mean, I don't know. What's your thoughts about the hacker, for example? What's your thoughts about this new tweet?
Yeah, that's a good question. Listen, I feel like the way they're tying this guy to the 5996. Imagine, yes, they found him. I don't know, speaking in some weird Vietnamese forums, giving his story, how he's a gamble addict, whatever. But the ultimate way that they're literally attaching the wallet to his name is just because he posted it on a social media. Can't anyone do this? Like anyone can be like, "Oh, guys, I'm the hacker. Here's my wallet address." Like that's all public information. Like
I know.
anyone can do that. Like he's not Vietnamese, the
Right.
5996. Like unless Richard Hart is over there, I don't know.
And, you know, like a hacker is not going to execute a plan like this and be so flippant with their personal details in a place like Vietnam? Like, it's not that Vietnam's a bad country, but that's, I mean, it'll probably happen in Australia too, maybe the UK as well. But that's the kind of place where you'll end up in a ditch and someone's going to steal your wallet and loot all of your cryptocurrency if they know your details. Like, you wouldn't, it doesn't make sense to just go and boast about it on Telegram and these guys found it. So, but I can't, there's all this research that's going into it. It's hard to deny. There's people that are putting time and effort into this and saying, no, this is how it is. It's making it very, very difficult to be objective.
1,000%. One of the other main reasons is that, and I remember seeing all the people, creating all these rumors, going like, "Oh, the hacker posted, how he did it. Nobody was able to replicate it." And my second question that comes in is, why is he the only one who's able to basically abuse this exploit, quote unquote? He's the only one. Like, it's so obvious, and we all know the 2822 wallet and the other daughter wallets, they're literally taken over the MakerDAO, the pAI. They provided liquidity as well. Like, you tell me, why did Richard, out of all the other PRC20s, he provided liquidity for pDAI, WPLS, and a bunch of others with, wrapped Bitcoin? The 2822 wallet owns 21% of wrapped Bitcoin. And how coincidentally, the wrapped Bitcoin and the pDAI ratio is almost exactly with the real eDAI and wrapped the EWBTC. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't believe in coincidences. The fact you're telling me this is actually, when you think about it, aside from the gate of like the authority, how this wallet was, given authority to do the exploit, it's actually a very, I don't want to say like a trivial, but like in terms of, if you know the pDAI, like liquidation, how the VAT and the VOW works, and how, yes, the spot is the oracle with the OSM, etc. It's not like a mind-blowing exploit. Oh, it took him 2 years, guys. That's why. No. It's very obvious. We have a broken oracle, and it's, I believe, to do with the Rocket ETH, and yes, I think the keepers are not automatically realizing that, hold on, all these pre-existing vaults and the vaults that were used to then hyperinflate pDAI in 2023, where it caused all the FUD. And again, I do believe that's where Richard Hart gave himself the 12 billion pDAI. And I think that's the majority of the vaults that 5996 is using to then basically under collateralize, liquidate it, and then it goes into a discount in an auction, and then he buys that back, and then he uses the new pDAI to kind of keep doing the process. It's an arbitrage process. What's the result is that the debt, I think it's what's it called? Debt ceiling. Is it debt ceiling? Or it increases the debt variable, which in hand, it does affect the joy variable as well. So I feel like there is a reason for this wallet to be doing this. Why didn't they start doing this when we were at all-time highs back in November/December?
Those exactly. And I mean, look, bro, look at these charts again. Where did it? Well, okay, so where did it start? Maybe against pulsechain value, but against, say, DAI value, where it used to be a very, this is where he first started extracting from memory through the DAI pool. So this was, we'll get to Maria in just a second. I've seen people asking there, but people, where did it start? It started like around here. So basically, he's had like several opportunities. So he's had this opportunity here. It was like March 11th, but I'm just going by the price. But basically, basically he's had this opportunity here, and then all of this here to execute this exploit. But like, why would you do it at a local low? Why not at this previous all-time high? And if you're like, damn, I missed it, why not start doing it at this all-time high? There's just a lot of things that don't add up.
And you're telling me now that Richard exposed this guy's not, rapidly trying to mint. Yes, I know that there's probably like some type of cooldown, like waiting for something to happen. I don't know that much into the technical details, but you're telling me he's not going to ramp it up. You're telling me he's not going to try to mint, large numbers, as opposed to going for, let me go for a rounded 10 million number. Let me, as some people were like mentioning, this is actually a very good point. Like, he's not rapidly increasing once he's been exposed. Like, he's still going pretty at the same rate, basically. So, it doesn't seem like someone who's in a hurry. You know, unless you're gonna tell me this Vietnamese person doesn't understand the English. So he's like,
Mm,
"Oh, what's that Richard Hart tweet?
mm.
Must be something else." And then he just like, "Come on, man! Like, come on."
So,
There's something I do believe there's something that Richard Hart knows that we don't know.
mm.
You know, the fact that he are you gonna tell me he
Oh,
can you hear
it's
me?
Khalid. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
There we go. It's just a little bit of
okay.
lag.
I was gonna
No,
say,
you're
are you gonna
still
tell me? Yeah, I was gonna say, are you gonna tell me that the in the past 2 years, Richard Hart is gonna let it slide the fact that the number one thickest liquidity, and it's burnt, so that's really good, is the Atropa pDAI. You're really telling me that nobody like was like, okay, hold on, is it meant to be? Like, there's no coincidences. Why did we let it go to be that thick? Like, is it? It's probably still one of the thickest liquidities right now.
Yes. The Atropa Pt I pool.
Yeah,
Yes. So the V1 Atropa Pt I pool is 11 million. So it's got 2.6 billion PDI in there at the moment. 2.6
that's
billion. Wow, that was like 2.8 billion yesterday. So probably
mm,
some Atropa whales have started monstering up the PDI supply. So that was I think it was 2.8 billion yesterday when I was looking at it.
yeah, yeah, and apparently, they've actually been. Wasn't it that it's announced that we burnt like hundreds of millions in pDAI, like in this process?
I'm not too sure about that. So basically, with the burning, that will come after the flop auction starts. So the flop auctions
Yeah,
will basically so this will get to zero. I did a video on it yesterday, and I'm still like continuously trying to wrap my head around it and keep up with it. But basically, what will happen is you'll be able to pay off the debt by purchasing Maker. Purchasing Maker with pDAI, and then so the pDAI gets returned to the contract and then it gets
yeah,
burnt. Someone was saying that it doesn't get burnt. So I don't know what the technical term for it is, but basically it gets like deleted out of the supply. So it gets
yeah,
deflated from the supply, which I mean, yeah, whether it's burnt or some other kind of word, I'm not too sure. But yeah.
yeah. I think yeah, it is correct. That's along the lines of how the flop auctions, like it will incentivize these arbitragers by because it's also going to use the balancer because it's going to execute the whole. It's going to facilitate for the flash loans. Um, but yes, it's going to basically say, oh, here's I'm going to mint maker for you so that you're incentivized to buy pDAI, give it back to me, and I'll give you the maker at a discount, and you can do whatever you want with it,
Mm.
basically. And then yeah, once it receives that pDAI, which it wanted because it's a system surplus that's on a negative, so basically the pDAI contract it owes pDAI, like it needs to grab that pDAI back from the liquidated wallets. So to get that, it's doing these debt auctions, and
Gotcha.
that will
Gotcha.
be a buy and burn. Like because the people they have to buy the pDAI to give it to the contract.
Okay. And so, just in response to Steve here, I'm not sure what you're referring to, Steve. So, Richard Hart also deleted the video of the exploiter extracting post. So, there's this one, unless
It's
there was
still there,
another
huh?
one. Sorry,
Mm.
it's still
Is it
there.
that one?
Yeah. So,
It's
unless
still
there
there,
was
yeah.
another one, maybe there was another one that happened. Oh, stable. It's a trap.
Hmm. It's
Oh.
crazy how he's ramping up. Like he's ramping up. He was quiet the whole time and he bragged about the chart. Imagine one of
Mm,
the like the founder, right? He's not bragging with his own core. And don't get me wrong, he did actually. Like he says, Pulse X, here's INC, and he basically gave INC almost equivalent to 4 Bitcoin halvenings, which is pretty dope. You know what I mean? But he showed this chart so many times. The only chart at the beginning he goes, oh, there's a chart that did a 10,000x. No other chart did a 10,000x other than pDAI.
mm.
Like, come on,
Yeah. So, I mean, so
come on.
basically for you, it's like the coincidences. So how do you, okay. So coincidences, when you say there is no such thing as coincidences, what does that mean for you? Like, is that a faith thing? Is that like a, just a personal belief? Where does that concept for you come from?
Honestly, at this point, just in general with the principles that I've gained from being in the previous bull market, what was the times where I made the most money is literally where I number one delayed gratification, was not short-term price oriented and just in general believed in something to an extent, unless I'm being a trader or whatever, or swing trader. But we talk about investing when you believe in something. Because like, well, when we compare it to people like the Shiba Inu, even, no, sorry, not the Shiba, the Dogecoin dev, like he wasn't convicted enough in his own creation.
Right, yeah.
In his own creation, he sold for like a 20, I don't know, 50K to buy a Honda Civic or something. When he could have held it and he could have been was it like hundreds of millions basically? So anyways, like personally for me, like being convicted into something and obviously using sentimental analysis, which basically you look at what the majority is telling you, everyone in, around all of a sudden sounds very smart, very clever. And this is what they say. There's a saying like, oh, how bears, they sound clever, but bulls make money. I'm not here to be right. I don't need to be right. I'm just here trying to make money. This is what we're all in at the end of the day. Okay, we're in crypto. And most of the times, being the contrarian, this was the same case with Hex in the previous bull run, where we've had a lot of people call, oh yeah, that's a Ponzi, who's Richard Hart, you know what I mean, etc. Looking into his past, whatever. But I'm telling you, being in the contrarian feels very good. Like I actually changed my I've rewired my brain where I only want to buy red candles, where I only want to buy when
That's brilliant.
no, you know what I mean? Like nobody wants to talk about it, where it's low volume, just in general. Like extreme FUD means extreme opportunity. Some people will look at it as a glass half empty. I'm going to look at it as glass half full.
Is there any piece of information that would make you go, this red candle, this red chart is not worth buying into? Is there any piece of information where you're like, okay, that's enough now?
I mean, 100%. 100%. I mean, for me, I already have a moon bag, quote unquote, basically like a moon bag. I think it's still like, okay, fair enough. I did take profits. I have my initial. I'm quite happy. I've allocated my portfolio. I've segmented everything that I literally don't need to sell one to jump into the other. But in terms of, okay, yes, we've seen a major red flag, which I do have a theory that this is kind of, not a red flag, a red candle, that I do feel like, where it's being done this way with these, quote unquote, FUD tweets, whatever you see them as that. I really feel like this could be the greatest crypto psyop in history. Like, what is so crazy? But I do feel like, yes, as the prices go lower, it depends on your risk tolerance. If you have fresh risk capital, because I never suggest to, okay, sell your main bag to go into this. It's not good because you're resetting your risk variable. You know what I mean? Like someone who's been holding and DCAing, let's say, I don't know, Pulse X, and all of a sudden he rotates that into pDAI, you've just reset your risk variable. So I don't suggest doing that, but I will not be shaken out of my own bags. I have nothing to lose. My risk to reward ratio is properly adjusted. As long as it's greater than 1, I can sleep like a baby at night. You know what I mean? I've been so entertained with what's going on. I'm like, wow, like what is going on? I'm really being shaken out, trying to be shaken out from my bags. I will never sell my pDAI and pWBTC because I want to find out. Most of the times with sentimental analysis, the majority are wrong when everyone is telling you, which is so crazy, right? Since when were we financial advisors? Everyone's telling people, sell your pDAI. There was like this whale, in a space, and they're like, oh, bro, can you sell some pDAI? Oh, you're going to do us a huge favor. And in my head, I was like, what are we doing? And then some other guy goes, oh, can you also buy Pump and Most instead as well? That would be crazy, man. Oh, I'm like, wow. Oh, don't buy pDAI. And okay, you're like a, if I can say this word, like stupid, basically, or I was gonna say the word that they said, retarded, but they're literally calling others like, oh, you're retarded if you're not holding the bags that I'm holding. And which is so crazy. The principle is to be convicted. Do you understand that the way these people look at us holding our pDAI, is the exact same way normies and just retail investors are in Solana are looking at just in general everyone who's holding in pulsechain? They're gonna say, oh, this is the chain that was down for 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. Come on, we're sticking to the same principle. Why is it when oh, the principles we're gonna throw it out the window when it's something that I'm not holding. So therefore, you must be, retarded. Like, come on, don't be disrespectful. I don't get these people that it's okay if you're not holding what I'm holding, if you don't agree with what I agree with, you must be stupid. Like, come on.
It's, I mean, even that has a is like a double-edged sword there, because from the one perspective, I feel like there's clear incentives for people to not want you to be in this. They're like, okay, just get out of that and start being in this thing. And there's almost like this you can really discern the people. There's this particular energy in the rigor that they're trying to get you away from this into the things that they're in. And I'm like, okay, well, definitely don't want to go into those things, because this person is just like, I'm just getting a massively greedy vibe. But then there's also people within this camp who say, don't do this, it's ruining our chain. They have valid points, and they're really, 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 really good people, and they're really trying to protect the blockchain, and they're really concerned about liquidity being drained. So again, even that is like difficult. But this is literally the contrarian play within the contrarian ecosystem, within probably the contrarian bull run. And if this was the language of infinite minting bug is like, it's not infinite like, this is what happens when it infinitely, this is what happens, it goes down like that, it just drops to shit. But it hasn't done that. Okay, yes, we have burn liquidity, maybe that will buff at the downside, I'm not too sure. But like, it just, the candle doesn't show, nor do the actions of the minting show that it's infinitely minting. The actions from some devs are saying that this is literally minting happening according to the protocol's functions. So it's not, again, you can interpret it both ways.
Number one, I'll say, is that it's not infinite minting. It's from the VAT. It's already accounted pDAI.
Yeah, exactly.
Number
Exactly.
two, yes, if this was infinite minting, we would see a chart like Luna. But we're not at zero. So what's
Mm.
going on? The exploiter is exposed. Why isn't he doing it all at once? And we're not at zero. Like, we're still doing high highs, high lows. Come on.
Mm.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you. Like,
there's some solid buys behind this, bro. Like, I know some people that have been messaging me, and they're really, they're believers. They're really believers. And there's also people. The other thing as well that gets to me a lot is, and this is not to say that there's not good people on the other side, but the people on this side, there's some really, really good-hearted people on this side of the fence.
yeah.
Really
And
good-hearted people.
I just want to say, by the way, I've seen a lot of people who are like now blaming Richard Hearts for something. And I want to keep it very clear. I don't hate Richard Hearts. Some
Mm,
people even going to call him a scammer. Like, yo,
mm,
let's relax with the theories. Let's not go extreme. No, he's not a
mm.
scammer. No, I don't hate him for whatever he's doing right now. Um, it is really just part of the crypto game. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's literally tweets, and I've tweeted about this, where he says, "Oh, first I tweet this spicy tweet to shake out the weak
Yeah.
hands." Like, it's so obvious. I'm telling you, this guy, he likes to play this role where he really wants to, in a way, like, punish people until they get rewarded. Like,
Mm.
it's very weird. Don't get me wrong. Like, Richard Hart is. There's a reason why he's in the place that he is. I think he is the right person who founded pulsechain. I think he is one of the greatest crypto founders, 100%. This guy probably knows more about like Bitcoin more than Vitalik himself. He
Mm.
knows, guys. Like, people underestimate how smart this guy is. Like,
Mm.
yes, I understand that he's running away from the Interpol police, but you telling me like he's so obviously safe. We've seen it in the previous Christmas video. Like, this guy he has enough time to do tweets. He has enough time. God knows what he's been working on. And
I do
yeah,
wonder, that previous Christmas video, if that was him or if that was AI. I do wonder that. I know the first one that he did, where obviously we saw his face and he was just completely wrecked in the eyes. I was like, shit, that's how I was looking 5 days ago.
mm,
So I know that look. I've been there many times in my life. But the last Christmas video, I was like, I wonder if that's actually Richard or if it's AI. There was just something in the back of my mind that sort of made me question that. So
uh,
yeah, sorry to interrupt what you were saying
no,
there.
yeah, could be very possible, 100%. Like, we still have uncertainties, and this literally reminds me when I got into pDAI. back in 2023. Like we had almost exactly the same amount of uncertainty. You know, I got into pDAI not because the majority told me
Ah,
to get into it.
into what? Sorry, in what year?
Into pDAI, into Atropa in 2023.
Ah,
Summer was a very like dead time, and then yes, we've seen Pump October, and then it went even more dead in December. Like everything went down, even lower at these prices.
when did you actually get into Atropa? Well, when did you get into pDAI actually? What month?
So pDAI, the lowest low was in the December time of 2023, but I knew about pDAI I think around August, but I think it was still pricey at that time, so I was quite lucky to catch the dip in Christmas, and I knew it. Like obviously, I tell people, don't think that the market is efficient just because we are in a digital world. Everyone has the information that they have in their hands. No, actually, the chart is not priced in. Okay, you can follow the
Mm,
crowd, which yes, they're emotionally trading, which is okay, fair enough. That's the price that you see right now in front of you. But if you follow the information, you'll know that this is undervalued. And then
mm,
yeah, that's where I knew. I was like, okay, hold on, not a lot of people know about the potential of this. The Atropa Dev. When I got into the Atropa ecosystem, it was at peak risk when Atropa Dev was still not doxed, when Atropa Dev still had mint authority for Atropa, which by the way, someone mentioned this, that he still has mint authority for Atropa token. The answer is no, he doesn't. Yes, he didn't verify the contract, but if you put in, I forgot which ABI template, if you put in the ABI template and call the owner function, it will see that he actually renounced the contract. He can't mint
mm.
Atropa. But yes, it could be the case with some other tokens, I think like Treasury Bill. But with
Yes,
Atropa itself,
correct.
no, he didn't. Like, and then from there, so I'm telling you, like, I got in not because people told me to get into stuff. So the same exact thing. I'm not gonna get out just because people are telling me to get out. Do you know what I
Mm,
mean? Like, I have to stay true to myself. If people want me, because again, people are saying like, oh, Khalid, what are you doing? Da-da-da. I'm like, okay, bro, do you want me to be disingenuous and talk about stuff that I don't hold? This is
mm.
how I started my channel. I have to stay true to myself, true to my community. But at the same time, I'm being level-headed about this. I'm not gonna go all in pDAI. I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Unless I have fresh risk capital, and my whole thought process is right now, where I am actually right now, I'm gonna reevaluate pDAI once we see the flop auction start. From there, I'll see, okay, how does it go?
Correct. I'm
But
exactly the
I,
same.
yeah,
I'm exactly
until
the
then,
same.
literally everything else feels like a psyop, and as Nine Iron Capital calls it, noise. 100% being short-term price oriented. I am not focused about the current price of pDAI. Other than, okay, as the price goes down, my buying power goes up. Great, that's good. Aside from that, I'm only focusing on the unit number. Okay,
Mm,
risk to reward ratio. I might, for example, lose $1,000. For example, the reward is I might be a millionaire. It just makes sense to me.
mm,
That's
mm.
my risk tolerance. Some other people don't have that risk tolerance, so you have to go accordingly.
Exactly. Exactly. I think, I feel really bad for the people. I mean, I'm down. I mean, from December, the previous December, my bag's absolutely trashed, but all of pulsechain has been trashed.
Yeah.
So, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I know that there's people who've put in like hundreds of thousands, and they're really feeling it. And I feel really, really, oh man, I feel so bad for those people, and I hope they're getting through this time. And there's no, like, people are people are looking at me for some kind of answer or some kind of clarity, but
Yeah.
it's a very clouded moment.
1,000%. And I'm just gonna tell them to the people because I've had people reach out to me, like, Khalid, what's going on? Why is posting so low? Because there's a lot of people that were onboarded in December, November, at basically the high, not high, but local high on a few things. And I told them, hey, like this was kind of like me back then. We're just at another leg up. What you're seeing right now is a retracement, not a reversal. We are a leverage of Ethereum. Look, if you're ever in doubt, zoom out. We're down not because of, fair enough. Yes, what we're seeing right now, the all-time low with some of the core. This is my theory: is that if it wasn't for pDAI, it would literally be something else, and it is something else because, well, it also is a factor of other factors. There have been whales that have been exiting out. So don't tell me that just because of pDAI we're at these low prices. No, it would be literally something else. And at the end of the day, if you're in doubt, look at Ethereum. Ethereum is extremely down. ETH BTC ratio, we're literally retraced all the way back to like 2019 levels. That's extremely bearish. Okay, so always look at the macroeconomics, and I do believe that we will see a reversal, actually as close as like 29th of March, as close as that. Just because when I look at the Bitcoin and how it's it's actually doing pretty well, going above the 200 moving average, 200-week moving average, or 200-day moving average, it is that. With also when you compare it with the M2 supply, usually a lot of people say there's like a 70 to 75 day delay. We are due to follow the M2 supply, which has been rapidly growing, and the intersection, the point of intersection, will be around the 29th of March. Like I'm very excited, man. Like just stick around. This is way too soon to evaluate that pulsechain is a failure. We have yet to see the peak of the altcoin season, wave 1. I still think there's going to be a peak of altcoin season wave 2. And I tell this to a lot of people with PwC bags and stuff. Is like, manage your expectations. Okay, I don't understand who brought up the pDAI pegging in Christmas. Never. And I've said this to almost in all my videos. I don't think it will happen. Manage your expectations. You're asking for way too much in such a short amount of time. Yes, crypto can move very fast, but at the same time, just manage your expectations. You don't want to, kind of be on the, disappointed basically. But at the same time, I do feel like we have such room for growth for pulsechain in general. Have you not seen the events that we had recently? Yes, we're at these all-time lows, but guess what? We have less liquidity. I'm glad that we were at these lows because number one, pulsechain and pulsex, they're easier to burn, because we're at cheaper prices, so we're actually burning a lot more at these low prices. So yes, we are, reaching lower lows because lower liquidity, less weight. That means we're extremely volatile. But that means by the time we retrace back, we're going to be making newer highs with less capital. So I'm actually very glad how things are playing out right now. I'm very glad. And yes, I still believe if you believe in pulsechain, you have to believe in Ethereum. We're a leverage of it. You have to believe.
It's something we really keep our eyes on a lot as a community. So do you think that the success of pulsechain relies on the success of the world's largest free airdrop and the PRC20 narrative?
Good question, man. That's a very good question. When I think of the latest things that happened to pulsechain, pump tires. Number one, not gonna lie, that's a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late. Like pump.fun, for example, when it happened, yes, we are better than pump.fun because the rewards or the fees go towards burning pulsechain, and then obviously once it graduates, pulsex pairs, they burn pulsex. Great, but I mean, one of the greatest USPs, and this is just purely from laws of altcoins, is that our success also depends on Ethereum's success, but in general, in terms of longevity, I'm very glad that we are a fork of Ethereum because Ethereum EVM compatible chains, they have better longevity, they retain better value, unlike Solana. Let me tell you as well, next bull cycle, okay, which I'm going to be holding a lot of my bags until next bull cycle. Example, INC and pulsex, easily. But next bull cycle, guess what's going to be third cycle curse that a lot of people talk about? Solana. Pulsechain is going to be literally this is just the beginning. But at the same time, like, don't get me wrong, this bull cycle that we're in right now we're not seeing prime time altcoin season. Like, bear that in mind. We are going to be in a super cycle. We've also been impeded because we were actually due to have an altcoin season basically almost right now, to be in the peak of it right now, but we're clearly not. We've been impeded by external factors. Unfortunately, Bitcoin is correlated with the S&P 500, which is correlated with real world events. It is what it is. Okay, it's not a factor. It's not a matter of the bull one is cancelled. No, it's just being delayed. Keep an eye on things like quantitative tensioning is ending. Interest rates, yes, right now, the latest FOMC meeting, I think they kept it the same, but I'm anticipating for interest rates to go lower, incentivizing more people to borrow, incentivizing more people to spend, incentivizing more people to, because you can either consume or you can invest. And once they invest, They're gonna look at Bitcoin. Great, they made their 2x, whatever. Bitcoin's at 200k, 160k plus, and they're gonna be like, okay, I want to make more money. They're gonna see Ethereum, the leverage of Bitcoin. Okay, I want to make more money. Altcoins, and then now they're gonna see about pulsechain. They think, hold on, this is more than just a fork, layer one fork. Yes, one of the, and hopefully we're gonna use that world's largest airdrop, and obviously as well, pDAI. We'll see how it goes at that point. But the fact that we're actually a movement, freedom of speech, made in USA. Yes, we are a decentralized blockchain, but why are we saying made in USA? It's just because purely the validators, majority of them are in USA. So it puts us strategically in a good place. Not a lot of people know that Donald Trump Jr. was, and I believe it maybe is still following Richard Hart. The fact that, we are sharing the same lawyers with Elon Musk.
Yeah.
With what's the name of the firm? Something Emmanuel.
Quinn Emanuel, I think.
Quinn Emanuel, yeah. Like, I'm telling you. Imagine now, all of a sudden, this is Baron Trump, right? The schizo, the schizo crypto guy. All of a sudden, he goes to his dad or something. He goes, oh, I've heard of this chain called pulsechain. Wanna do a quick tweet about it? And then, because obviously Donald Trump basically almost says what Baron said. Like, he told him to live stream with other live streamers, which worked pretty well. Like, we have Donald Trump back in office, more pro crypto than ever. And is playing off pretty well, actually. It's playing off pretty well. So we have great times ahead of us, man. Great times ahead of us.
The future macro outlook is very, very good certainly for the markets, maybe not for the rest of the conditions of America. I mean, I've been listening to other people who are saying, things aren't looking too good there. I mean, market wise, yes, but culturally, maybe not necessarily for different parts of society, but that's a whole nother conversation, I suppose. But just kind of pulling it back just a minute, I want to just address this question here from Steve. Well, it's not really a question, it's a statement here. So he says, in addition to everything you said beyond number go up, there's a chance to do something really revolutionary with pDAI, something that's lacking in the rest of crypto. It's novel and important. So how do you feel about that? And how have you, is that something that you feel strongly about? And is that also why you're holding your conviction with pDAI? Or is it really for you just something where this is a financial decision, it's a contrarian decision, or does this weigh into the way that you position yourself with this as well?
That's a very good question from our friend there. Number one, yes, I feel like one of the biggest motivations of Richard Hart is most likely pDAI. Is most likely, he is really into the whole, counterparty, eliminating counterparty risk. He talks a lot about decentralization. Show me another chain that has IPFS, interplanetary file share system, right? That's really, really good. And I do feel like this is one of the biggest USPs. And just in general, every blockchain needs to have a native stablecoin. As a lot of people say, it's the backbone of a chain. And pDAI gives us a chance to do something that's never been done before. No founder, truly decentralized, with no admin keys, right? And at the same time, it's an algorithmically stable, over-collateralized stablecoin, right?
Right.
Because of course, like a lot of people say, why can't Richard Hart just make his own stablecoin? He already labeled DAI from Ethereum, which he's very fond of. It's very clear if you watch his live streams. He just wanted to take it another step further in terms of decentralization, because he actually didn't even like Ethereum. So he wanted to make a better Ethereum. Well, in a way, he wanted to deload Ethereum. Like, Richard Hart doesn't hate Ethereum, obviously, right? Like, it's like setting up your neighbor's house on fire. Like, you're gonna end up shooting yourself in the foot there. Like, he wanted to deload Ethereum, and at the same time, he wanted to do something. He's in it for the glory, guys. Like, he's already a billionaire. What else is left for him, to do? Like, I'm telling you, like, he really wants to do something different, which pDAI is right up that alley. What has never been done before? A stablecoin in the making narrative. What is only possible? Where is only that possible? In pulsechain. It's the first of its own full system state copy of Ethereum. Guys, we're not going to just throw that out the window. But I understand, right? I understand that Richard Hart tweets, says everything. Like, why is he... I feel like he's being disingenuous by labeling pDAI that has admin keys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's... And that tweet where he attached The DAI supply, the real DAI supply.
Ah,
Like that one is the one that really boggles me. Like, look, he says
why did it
something
bother? So
hasn't. Yeah,
just before I get you to comment
yeah.
on this, just 1 second. Sorry to interrupt your flow. So one thing that I wanted to quickly add to this about Steve's statement is also the concept that this introduces like no counterparty risk. So I can't remember the exact language Bud was using, but I've been doing a couple of fantastic talks with Bud, and I did one with Steve as well the other day. And Bud brought up the point that the war in Ukraine and the USA freezing assets or freezing freezing someone's assets or something like this,
Oh, is
like
it
they
something to do with Russia with USDT? Is it an
something like this,
exchange?
right?
Russian exchange?
Something like this.
Yeah.
Or I don't even think it was to do with crypto, but basically like
Oh,
the USA's power to basically freeze assets or freeze people's ability to get money. So this removes that
like
completely. So
sanctions?
that's like sanctions, and this
Sanctions.
is
Yeah.
like complete 100% freedom. And he was also mentioning like all these people who created I mean even DAI now that it's pivoted, and now it has in the code that you can actually turn it off, and the government can come in there and turn things off, whereas this is completely 100% decentralized. No government will be able to touch it.
That's a
So
very good point. You mentioned
that's
that because what we have now, this is a unique chance to retain the legacy DAI. That's a very, very good point you mentioned.
exactly.
Because right now it's being rebranded to Sky. Right now they're having the USDCS, whatever it's called. That yes does have a centralized kind of like power authority that they can literally just freeze a wallet. This is not what is part of the decentralization in general, like the principles of decentralization. So I'm telling you, what Richard is doing is definitely like this is something that's never been done before.
I guess one of the other things as well, like why not? Because this is something where people have spoken about it. Why not just launch a stable coin? Why not just launch something that starts from zero and build it up? Why go through all this obscurity with pDAI and is it or isn't it? I mean, I think that's part of the fun and the joy of it all, and that's what I think. But I don't know. Have you ever thought about that? Because I have seen that question popping up a lot in the last few days.
That's a very good question. Number one is that Richard Hart. He literally someone asked him. I think it was on Twitter or something. They asked him, it was, Richard Hart, how are you feeling, just in general? And he goes, I feel lonely. And like it was like, oh, he literally
Mm.
says, I feel lonely. And then one of his like mottos is to make a world a better place. One of his mottos is to be the change that you want to see. And this is actually something I didn't mention. This is why I really liked Richard Hart. This is why I really know I'm in the right place. Even during FUD, like in general, where pulsechain was, having 4 million daily volume, I was still making videos, and I still was extremely happy with pulsechain. Richard Hart wants to mint a million millionaires, quote unquote.
Mm.
Like I'm
Mm.
telling you, like Richard Hart's greatest. What not everyone knows. Like literally everyone who's watching right now, whether you're against pDAI, whether you're with pDAI, Richard Hart's greatest achievement is literally you and I, the community. Like he's
Mm.
extremely proud of it. Over the technology of Hex, how it's the better Bitcoin, environmentally friendly, etc. It's
But
literally the
then why
community that he
not
has
do
made
that? Why not do that still and just say,
and
okay,
launch
this is
stablecoin.
the Richard Hart meme die, or this is the Richard Hart die, and this is the one that we're going to bring up to $1, and it can make a million millionaires. Why not do that? Why do you think?
That's a good question. Why? Like, it's the same way you can think of it as sacrifice funds. Not a lot of people know about the SAC funds being used to kind of go back into the system. He's not just going to do that when everyone expects it. At the end of the day, yes, Richard Hart, he loves his community and stuff, but he doesn't want to give away free money. So of course, it's in his favor to keep it speculative. And I've said this a lot, way before in 2024. I said, like, guys, we're not going to expect him to tweet about pDAI when we're like still hundreds and maybe even thousands when I started making videos. He's not going to just say it now. It's going to be the easiest 1000x like anyone can hold, and we're going to have non-believers who's going to be part of that ride, which is something that he doesn't want.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, we actually did a 10,000x with no involvement from Richard Hart. The only thing that happened was the 2822 wallet that is holding 20% of pDAI BTC. That, by the way, was in the PulseX V1 farms. It's quite obvious that he, cares about this whole, parity and pegging stuff. But of course, I don't feel like he wants to give away people, to give people free money. With
Okay.
Hex, for example, when it did a 10,000x, no, it was hit with multiple 90% corrections. Extreme FUD.
That's
So
fair.
yes, he can make the Richard stablecoin. Number one, he doesn't want to. I don't think he wants to be labeled as a founder of that. Doesn't really go with the whole true decentralization stuff. I think he's trying to clear his name, and it's kind of weird that both Maria and Richard is kind of basically doing that at the same time. And with the fake meltdown, come on. We all know, like, Somi's not behind this. What was he talking about? We all know Maria talking about how, I don't even know how Pulse Maker works. What? Matter of fact, DAI, the DAI module is a sub module of the whole MakerDAO system. Like, what are you to? Of course, this is a orchestrated. It's a fake meltdown, guys. Atropa is way smarter than this, and extremely benevolent. You telling me that this guy got his hands on 3 billion pDAI, and he burnt it all in liquidity, just for him to not know about this? And as I said, it's not a special exploit. It's so obvious. It literally is. These are the pre-existing collaterals. We're gonna make them go under the over collateralization level of 150%. Now it's gonna go into auction. He's gonna buy that at a discount, and he's gonna be able to mint more pDAI based on the line variable of that specific vault. And then he's doing that again. Like, it's so obvious. I'm telling you, Maria. Fair enough. A lot of people saying, people speculated that Maria is Richard Hart. I never thought so. But speculation is good. But I'm just telling you that these two people, they might be in contact with each other. There's no way Richard Hart doesn't know about Maria. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, and he was silent throughout these years. So I'm telling you, something is holding us back from keeping our bags with pDAI. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what is going on. We're going to extreme FUD waves. Literally, the best thing to do is to do nothing.
That's Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing. I'm not. I mean, I'm talking about it. I'm observing it, but I'm not. I'm not throwing my house at it. Like, there's still too much risk with it at the moment. So I've got enough risk in it, and it's down, and then that's enough. So, based on, you wanted to bring this up before, so you wanted to. This was something that you wanted to mention earlier. So what about this particular chart that you want to talk about?
This is something I think a lot about at night before I sleep, and maybe even wake up from a nightmare. No, I'm joking. Like, he's here, like, talking. Something has inflated the pDAI supply by multiples. pDAI has 24.5 billion supply now. DAI had under 10 billion at the Ethereum fork. Who's minting the supply, and why are they? It's rumored dumping it and bridging out ? Okay, we already talked about how he's writing these non-statements. He's writing questions. Okay, but at the same time, he's talking about minting the inflation of pDAI, and then he attaches DAI supply chart. That's what currently at $1. That's currently working. That's what doesn't have an exploit. I feel like if there was truly an exploit, it would be inherited from where we forked it at. Quite simple as that, really. Like, it can be replicated. But at the same time, when I look at this, and you know what's crazy? We all know.
So this is the Ethereum DAI.
This is the Ethereum DAI. Yeah, that's the one. It's at 5 billion right now. Yeah, we all know that Richard Hart, with a 2822 wallet and with the assist of the other sister daughter wallets, they raided the PRV. Then they kind of did a few things here and there to take over PRV and PMaker protocols, and later on they hyperinflated the supply, and I think they even voted to stop. I forgot what function it was, like, to stop the whole hyperinflation. There was a specific function, and that was actually kind of one of the first biggest FUD waves. That's where it really went down afterwards. But in any case, that was where the 12.5 billion supply was printed, which is now owned by Richard Hart. What's crazy is that if you look at the current supply of pDAI, which, let's say it's at 25,
like that.
Yeah, 25 minus 12.5. Let's say it's I guess it's half of it, or let's say 25 minus 12 is 13 billion. which is oddly very close to the peak of the real DAI supply charts, 10 billion, 13 billion. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is he trying to say is that, yes, there's going to be a phase where it's going to be hyperinflationary, and there's going to be the second phase, which we're not there at yet in terms of timeline, where it goes down, becomes deflationary, which again, that's what we're speculating after the flop auctions start, and then it stabilizes at that point, where all the accounted for pDAI is basically, accounted for. The debt ceiling, which, by the way, one of the solutions we can make the debt ceiling of the whole pDAI system zero, where like nobody can even like print. I believe even if they were over collateralized over 150%, because usually you can't do that. Like if you've collateralized over your vault with 200%, you can mint pDAI down to 150%. Like you can do that, which we're kind of seeing in this case. So like when I look at this, I'm like, what a coincidence! Why would you attach a chart to a working example to a tweet that you're trying to warn people about inflating and dumping? And I'm like, wow. And he doesn't make it like he doesn't write statements. He's making it a question, which obviously right now in the latest tweets he's gone to the next level, which is by literally saying, oh, here's the exploiter, here's the wallet address, which I feel like and this is my thoughts. If we were at the end of the day, we're in freedom of speech. I can believe in whatever I want, right?
That's
not financial advice. Is that I really do feel like he's going to extreme extents to get people shaken out of their bags. That's my thoughts. Like I literally don't ever need to sell the pDAI bags that I have. Like if it goes to zero, I literally won't even click sell. Like out of pride, I won't click sell, and I can sleep well at night because I know I'm, well diversified in other bags. Like for example, the Core 7, I only need one of them to moon to make generational wealth. So I'm here going to stick to find out literally to moon or to dust. There is no in between. And thankfully, I'm not leveraging any money. So time is not a factor. Like I can stay patient. If this happens in 2025, 2026, I will be here.
That's I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat with you on that one, man. Like if this is going to happen, I'm really okay for it to take as long as it needs to take for it to work. I mean, everyone always talks about the numbers and how we're going to get that much liquidity. I'm not an overnight peg guy. So I'm totally okay with that. So I just wanted to have a look at this comment here from Money Gain Crypto. So pDAI narrative is getting governance of PMaker. There's only 6,000 available to buy. They need to become top holder at 500,000. So not including slippage and price increase. The auctions have to mint nearly 6 to 10%. So guys, how are they going to get governance when pDAI holders are aware of PMaker governance and will bid on these auctions? So my understanding of this was, my understanding of this was that the 5996 wallet that's doing all the minting, or like if they're a benevolent actor, will be able to actually do this. So 99 Capital did a tweet about this maybe yesterday or the day before.
Is it calling the ESM module?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So I might actually see if I can bring it up. 99 Capital.
Oh yeah, it's that block at the top in that diagram.
Yeah, it's part of this. But I know 99 did like a good little breakdown of it anyway. So this one here. So
there's 3 scenarios.
There's 3 scenarios. So it all boils down to the flop auction. So we're witnessing a battle of the flop option. The flop auctions are about to mint at least 220,000 PMaker. So you were saying there's only 6,000. So they need at least 500,000. So that's 220. It can mint about. So that's just with what's been minted so far, I suppose. So then scenario 1 is the flop auctions go to the 5996 team. So he's referring to it as a team. They'll use a PMaker to reset the oracles and force the rest of the bad debts into default. And then scenario 2 is where the flop auctions are sold on PulseX. If pDAI believers get the PMaker and cast a spell, we can vote to lower all debt ceilings to 0 and remove collateral from the vaults. This would stop the bad debt cleanup and force vaults into a flop. And then the for me, this scenario is the ultimate one because it's the most decentralized. So it's possible that someone can replicate the actions. And then the other one was where basically the flop goes to those that think PMaker is broken, and then basically they just switch it all off. So that's the least favorable one. So that's my understanding of how it could happen. That's if we take 99 Capitals on face value. And so far, he's been the one that's been able to the most clearly explain everything, and everything that he has explained has pretty much come to fruition. So
yeah, I think I'm still researching this as well. I feel like part of my duty is just to look into things more technical, learning solidity and stuff. But it does seem like it's just a waiting game right now. It's quite clear that we're seeing the joy variable is getting closer and closer to zero. So literally, it doesn't make sense for a lot of people to make their judgments now. Just wait until the flop auction starts and let's go from there. Like and I think today we've seen the flop auction kind of fluctuate a little bit, which is quite interesting because
a lot.
Like it was kind of being delayed, and it's like when I think about it, I was like, wow, what a time to be in crypto. We're really being played right now. Like we are being played. A lot of imagine the longer it takes, the more people capitulate. And I low-key feel like this is what Richard Hart wanted. I feel like that's his theory. He wants less and less people to hold it. That's kind of his relationship, right? As Sami, shout out to him. He's in the chat. He likes to call it like the god and the.
I was going to say. I mean, just scenario. Just as a sign of respect to Sami, I mean, whether we believe this or not, just as a sign of respect, I don't actually have any pegs with me, but I'm going to squeeze my nipples. So why don't we squeeze our nipples as a sign of respect to Sami? But been getting a lot of questions about TSFI and a lot of Maria questions and Atropa questions. So people have been saying that TSFI had a massive dump, and people have been talking about scooping it up. So let's sort of take the conversation a little bit towards the Atropa ecosystem. How, what's your feel around, well, first of all, Maria, and then the Atropa ecosystem? Because this is now another big point of contention. I get, I mean, for me, it's like something I've been studying for such a long time. So I get sort of really defensive when people are calling the Atropa ecosystem a scam and a rug. And I'm just like, I don't think you guys understand what this is, and minting this and minting that. Like, there's lots of minting, and you can also do minting. There's like hundreds of tokens now that you can also mint. It's like a whole new playing field, but everybody's diverted. Their eyes are all over pDAI. So yeah, what's your feel around Maria and the Atropa ecosystem?
1000%. And they incorrectly stated that Atropa has a mint, infinite mint. That's wrong, and I'll probably make a tweet about it to actually prove that. I just need to find the ABI template so I can call it myself. But in terms of with Atropa, whether you believe in Atropa Meridev right now or not, let's at least agree with the facts that the ecosystem was the best Hart's Law example that went ahead and gave inspiration to then obviously with PTGC ecosystem. Like Atropa is the prime time Hart's Law. Like it's one of the best performing charts. And I feel like we've seen a lot of benevolent actions from the dev himself. Number one, obviously by actually.
Oh, Khalid's rugged himself. Ah, there we go. Yep. What's going on?
Richard Hart is intercepting. We're giving too much alpha. But no, I was gonna say, like, it's the ultimate benevolence, and it's very risky, is to dox yourself. He was in the pulsechain conference, and he talks about how he's also bullish with EX, and this is one of the things that I really like, how he's connecting these together. Like it'll be one thing where he's just going to talk about Atropa itself, not really connecting it to the rest of the core ecosystem. But no, he talks a lot about EHEX. He talks a lot about the EHEX PHEX parity. He talks a lot about the PWBTC and pDAI. Like again, Atropa was born to aid the pDAI narrative. Like that's literally the whole reason at the beginning. And yes, there's like layer 2, and the whole teddy bear thing, which I'm still very bullish on all of them.
Oh, yes. Yeah, people have been asking me, and I'm like, nothing's changed there for me. I mean, it's a bit concerning, obviously, I guess it's a little bit concerning, obviously, if something happens with pDAI, then because the Atropa ecosystem is so heavily bonded to it, it's going to affect the whole entire Atropa ecosystem because Atropa token so bonded with pDAI and it's burnt. So there's really nothing. There's really nothing that Maria could do to protect the system.
Yeah, and with the stuff that happened, when he did the fake meltdown, talking about his family's rifles and Kentucky Fried Chicken or something.
You just, really never know with Maria, man. Like it's
you never know. Listen,
were you in the early days of the chat log?
It depends. Like what time we're talking about, time frame? Like really, really early, the IRC.
Let's say before the first Christmas in pulsechain, so 2023. So like, October, November, December, that kind of.
I think I was more in around December time. Yeah, December
time. Okay, I think that's kind of maybe where I got into it as well. So, okay, so I mean, he was like, people are freaking out in his language on YouTube now, and it's like literally the Atropa chat logs is like it's the same. He's just a skits in all of them.
Listen, I'll tell you something. Atropa dev, he reminds you of Kanye West. Okay, everyone calls him a schizo, but nobody calls him wrong.
No, I think he's a genius.
No, I'm joking.
I love him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I 100% think he's the right person to be leading this ecosystem.
Yeah. I think there's people will often only look at the negative things like, oh, this token rugged and this token rugged, but there's lessons there for everybody. If you bought a token where the dev owns 99% of the supply and then it quote unquote rugged, well, that was kind of your fault for not really looking into the token supply. And this goes back to one of those lessons that you were talking about before, where you found that you always win when you have the mindset of delayed gratification. Like, there's really something to be said about the type of mindset that you have when you're actually pressing the buy button and pressing the sell button. If you're in there like, oh, the Atropa Dev just launched a new token and I got to get in there. I'm feeling so greedy. I'm not going to do any research. I'm just going to dive in there. You're probably going to get wrecked. And then there's nobody else to blame but yourself, unfortunately.
100%. Yeah, and I think Atropa, he likes to do the whole kind of giving like a green light. Because if you follow all the deployer wallets, I think there's a few of them. Like not all of them are meant to be bought. It depends. I think, yeah, as you said, there's a few hints here and there that someone had a beautiful write-up, which is if you look at the supply, if it's like a weird, like decimal number or a weird non-rounded number, or just in general, like when he does, is it called the no nukes token?
No nukes token, yes. So that's been one that I think.
Is it where he's attracting the arbitrage bots?
The arbitrage bots are just everywhere on pulsechain. So the arbitrage bots is just like, they're just there. Yeah. And so any fluctuations in price or any movements in price in any liquidity pool, the R bots are going to come in there and arbitrage basically. Yeah. So what were you going to say about no nukes?
No nukes, as in like that's kind of been. I think it's the ones that have. Is it 666 supply or something?
So all the 666 supply tokens are connected to no nukes, and so no nukes is like a mintable token that I think people can mint it. Like I don't think Maria can mint it, but other people can mint it but only Maria can get the supply. So I could mint it, and then Maria gets the supply. So it's almost like, okay, well, you're kind of giving something for Maria to then put out into the system. I don't know if Maria can actually do the minting, or maybe he can, but others can also do it. I suppose I should.
Yeah. That's the thing, like with Atropa Dev, like the Atropa ecosystem, you can go very deep. I know there's like layer 1 and layer 2 with the dysnomia.
Oh, bro, it's so deep.
And independence. Yeah.
That's kind of what I find a little bit insulting, because it's like people are looking on the surface level and, oh, I was here from day one and I made money on this token and this token got rugged. But it's like, if that's the perspective that you have on the Atropa ecosystem of just looking at whether this token went up or down, then you didn't understand it, but you're talking like you do understand it. And people, then they're like very arrogant about how they think they understand it. And it just, I don't know. It just, yeah.
100%. And I agree, because when you think about it, this guy who doxed himself, right? Ex-NASA, ex-Microsoft, ex-former, Intel, HP, guy who's extremely smart, knows literally about rocket science, moon math, you know what I mean, a number go up type of theory. You tell me this guy who spent hours every single day building on pulse chain. Yes, he's weird. Not a lot of people line up with him, etc. But regardless, he spent time, energy, and a lot of time into building this Atropic system. So he knows something again that I don't. But I know I just want to follow him, and I've been actually very successful by doing so. Again, Atropa Dev, it's a leverage. The Atropa ecosystem is literally a leverage of pDAI. So if you believe in
Yeah.
pDAI, you just have to believe in Atropa.
Yeah. And then even the whole narrative around, like, I mean, this is to the USD value, like, oh, Maria's rugging the system. It's like, hey man, it's if you're just thinking about money and you think that's all that Maria's thinking about, and it's the same as this current hacker, like his wallet's going to be worth, I mean, when this gets to 750, he's like, the whole system is going to be worth like hundreds of billions of dollars, probably tens of billions to hundreds of billions. Like, why again would you rug the system? Oh, he's rugged it, all this fart all over Twitter, like, oh, Maria's rugging in big capital letters and F all the Atropa people. It's just like, you guys really need to, like, and ladies in particular, in this particular instance, really need to calm down and reassess where that energy of those words is actually coming from, because that's not true. It's not true at all. And I think this person who's done all this building on this chain, the way that he's getting like crucified, it's like, I don't like it at all, man. So, like, I just think there's so much beauty to this system that people are not seeing.
100%. I feel like there's a lot of things that's happening in the background, where time will tell. Time is the only factor that we have right now. We have a lot of unanswered questions. We will not get them answered until it's too late. So
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like what can't really give you an answer. He didn't sell his all bags. I think he still holds a lot of like down and stuff like that. But I do feel like he got the message across by doing what he did. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing with well, no, with the 5996 it's a different case really. I feel like, what, would you rather this 5996 wallet, would you rather him hold the pDAI that he's minting, or do you think it's actually good for him to sell it? Now, my theory is I feel like he needs to sell it into the pools because he needs to create that arbitrage process so that he can then get the lower prices, so he can then do the whole process again of basically liquidating some of the vaults, buying it back into auction, etc. Because at the same time, would you rather the 5996 to hold all that accumulated pDAI and then basically have a central supply, which is again against the principles of a decentralized token, a decentralized stablecoin? What is happening with the funds when they're bridged out? Literally at this point, only God knows. I will admit, I don't have all the answers. But only time can tell. Which the next
what does your heart tell you?
What
does your heart tell you?
Is what my heart tell me is, like, I have never hovered over that sell button. Oh my God. Like, during all this time, I was like, wow. I just said, like, wow, we are really in a what's the word, in a simulation. I was like, hold on, is it in a simulation where like God is putting us through these tests? You know what I mean? Like, are we talking about God or Richard Hart here, who's playing God in his own simulation, which you could think about is Pulse Chain, right? Because Richard Hart now, he changed his ways. Like, he doesn't do live streams. He does it through, he does communication through basically blockchain. You know what I mean? Like with the OA bags and stuff, which obviously, OA technically is not Richard Hart, but it's just very interesting. Like, he knows people are watching the OA bags. So if he buys like stuff like pump or pulls the liquidity and stuff, it's like, he just knows a lot of people are watching it. So it really, you have to look at things into a deeper level. It's not just, don't think about it in a one-dimensional or two-dimensional, what you're seeing. There's a third dimension, guys. There is a third dimension. Like,
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just, it's really, I mean, you know what you said about Richard Hart playing God, but even for me, even beyond that, like I just feel like I've always followed my heart, and I don't feel like I've ever been led astray, and I feel like everything has turned out just fine if I live as best as I can. And if ever things go wrong, it's because my mind was wrong. If I suffered from something, it's because my mind was trash. It was my fault. And I just don't feel like all the things that have led me here, you know, you talk about coincidences, man. Like, I mean, I've coincidences and me, I'm just like, I'm all over that. It like from a spiritual God kind of perspective.
100%.
And I'm just like that. It just doesn't feel any way, shape, or form. There's no possible reality where I've been this deceived by God to be led down this path, talking about all these things and all these moments and trying to inspire people and bring people up, and then for all of this to just be like some massive rug pull. I'm just like, it's almost like God would do this to humble me, but I feel like I've been as extremely like sincere and authentic as I possibly can. So for God to then just slap me down, it just doesn't make sense in my
I know.
perspective either. So I'm just, there's too many things.
100%. One sentence that comes to my mind out of all of this is the road to heaven feels like hell. And I think this
Mm.
exactly sums what we're seeing right now.
Oh, bro, yeah, this is like it's like a test from God. Like not even just Richard Hart, or if let's take Richard Hart out of the equation. Like this is still part of reality. This cryptocurrency stuff is still in reality, and this is like an ultimate test of faith from God. That's how I
100%.
feel. Maybe not ultimate, but it's up there.
Yeah, 100%. As in, like, you know, delay your gratification. Almost everything great in life is achieved from delayed gratification. You know what I mean? Gym results, I don't know, starting a business, turning it into, I don't know, 7-figure business. Da, da, da. It is literally delayed gratification, not going for that, okay, instant results. Okay, I just did something, I didn't get the results. It must be something wrong. No, you have to trust in the process. You have to trust in God. You know what I mean? And obviously, in this case, is just in general, like doing less is more. You know, trying to trade less, it's actually like already statistically proven you are actually less likely to do a wrong trade. One of the best trading accounts, and I think this is shout out to Sami for mentioning this. He goes, one of the best trading accounts out there are the people who are either dead or forgot their passwords. so, so you know what I mean? Just try to don't check the charts every single day. You know, literally get yourself busy doing something else. You know, practice delaying gratification. This is why, like, gym for me personally, like, it helps me a
Oh
lot.
yes.
You know, just in general, process everything. Like, I'm still processing everything. I literally feel like right now, I'm actually a third person in this body who's just watching this cinematic, you know, movie happening. Like, it literally feels like this could be the greatest crypto psyop ever. Ever.
Yeah. And I just want to honor this question from Money Gang because, you know, like guys, even in the chat, I'm watching the chat as well as I'm listening. That, you know, Money Gang's asking legitimate questions. It's okay to be questioning this narrative. And yes, Money Gang, you're exactly correct. So to our point, for this to play out, we have to assume that this wallet is benevolent. If this wallet is not benevolent, then we're screwed. It's that simple. So yes, this is all on the assumption that the wallet is a benevolent actor. So we're all playing that card basically.
And wasn't it also tied into the wallet that literally pegged pDAI to PSDC as well? Wasn't it? The 5996 is related to that daughter wallet.
I'm not 100% sure, but then there's also this where people are saying that wallet has done transactions 2 days before pulsechain was launched. So there's a lot.
Wow.
There's just a lot of things, man. Yeah, this is
I'm
something
gonna
that's come
investigate
up a
that.
lot.
Yeah.
I even think there was this tweet that I had cooked up from. This was I won't go into this one. I might go into a stream on this one so I can kind of read it more carefully. I find it difficult to read things while I'm talking to someone, but yeah, that 99 Capital's Twitter, you'll be able to find all this stuff on there. So yeah, 2 days before the pulsechain launch, the 5996 wallet had done some transactions. So yeah, there's there's just, it's these kinds of things, Money Gang and doubters, that like we're looking at these things, and but not only have we looked at those things and been like, certain, I can only speak for myself. It's not just like, oh, this thing is great. Like I've bought 1 million of this pDAI and I want to believe that this is true. It's like, for me personally, there's just been things where it's like, there'll be like synchronicities that have led me to find that piece of information, and it's just felt so right reading it, and I'm just like, yes, I'm on the right track. Like I'm in nature's flow, I'm in the zone, and I've just found this piece of information, and I was being grateful, and then all of a sudden this has just popped up into my world. Like it goes beyond just trying to be like biased with greed towards my bags. That's for me personally. I can't speak for anybody else. So
Yeah. No, 100%. And this guy Hans, who's do you believe it's a scam? It will never work, never ever work, right? Are you guys being bag biased or trying to recoup investment? You know, again, I do feel like I'm being true to myself and true to my community by literally sticking to what I started in when I started making videos about pulsechain. I had the saying 4 horsemen, PwC, pDAI, Atropa, and Bear, teddy bear. Those are my 4 horsemen. And then I extended that to be the core 7. And I believe in all the core 7. You cannot shake me out of those bags. Like, it's quite simple as that. I feel like it would be disingenuous if you want me to speak about stuff that I'm not holding. So really, you have to choose, which one's worse, which one's better. I don't understand. You have to believe in something. Okay? What you're watching is me and my thought process. And I always advocate for people to be independent thinkers. So you look at me and you understand, okay, what is the toolbox that I'm using? What is my logical thinking into why I'm still holding firmly on pDAI, and not just that, in pulsechain. Guys, there's been moments where pulsechain was extremely bearish. We're talking 4 million daily volume. This is last summer in 2024. Everything was so bearish. And I'm still believing in that. Are you telling me that I was waiting for someone or waiting for the majority to tell me that, oh yeah, we're in the right place? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Being contrarian, when it feels terrible to hold the bags that you're holding, you just know that's the best gains to be made from. Like, that's how it is. Like, the FUDs, the cycle, right? If a bag that you're holding feels good to hold, you're actually closer to that euphoric territory. Okay, but what we are right now, we're in fear, extreme fear. In general, the whole crypto market and within pulsechain. So when I think about, okay, let me evaluate, something feels terrible to hold. Like, okay, we're down. We're very, very down. And in my head, I'm like, okay, this is exactly where I need to not capitulate. Not everyone can stand or survive this test. This is why I tell people, be careful. The worst thing to do is to sell at a loss. Just in general, people do that because, being a disciplined trader, you have to have, depending on, you're either going to have a stop loss or you're going to have no stop losses. You know what I mean? Because you just never know. One of the biggest issues is people who sell too soon a profit of a bag that would have done even more, or the people who sell at a loss of a bag that would have done a reversal. You know what I mean? Because of course you have to expect volatility. This is why I tell people don't ever leverage. Because you will get hunted down. Like, it's public information of whatever people leverage. They will try to get that price lower to get you liquidated before it goes up. Like, it's basically a price magnet, by the way, which what we're seeing with Bitcoin. I think it's around, I don't know if it's like billions of dollars. If we reach 90K Bitcoin, that will be liquidated. So that's a price magnet, basically. So, and just I want to say, the lower we are in terms of pulsechain and pDAI confidence and pDAI holders, I do believe the easier we are to peg. Okay, my thought process is, just remember, a rocket ship takes off from the ground. Okay, so there's that.
Yeah, and then again on this, Money Gang, again, correct. We're betting on all those, but again, I can only speak for myself. But
Shut up, Money Gang.
What I have in my wallet of pDAI, if it goes to 0, it's not the end of my life. It's like, it's worth an amount of money that if it goes to 0, it's like, no problem. Tomorrow the sun is going to rise. Life is going to go on. I've still got a job. I've still got a roof over my head. I've still got a life and a purpose to live. So Yeah. Would I go and take out a loan for $20,000 and buy this dip? Probably not. Probably wouldn't take that risk. Like that's where the
100.
leverage comes into it, like, and there's something to be said in that as well, bro. Like the leverage and the greed, the greedy mind going in with too much greed, like, oh, this massive position, this massive opportunity, but over leveraging with a greedy mind. Like somehow the universe has always punished me when I do that. Always. There's never been a time where I've done it with that energy and I haven't suffered the consequences of that. There doesn't seem to be. There's like no free lunch. There's no free lunch in the universe. You have to work for everything that you get. So yeah, that's definitely a bet that a lot of people are taking, money gang. So I'm not encouraging anyone to buy or sell or do anything. All I'm doing is I'm waiting it out. I'm the same as you, Khaled. I'm waiting for this number. I'm waiting for this join number. Just watching this with the eyes of a hawk. And you know what? It's probably going to get to zero, and there might even be another FUD event when it gets to zero. Something's going to happen, and it's going to be like it's going to test you again, and your bags are going to be. But again, I'm still going to do. What am I going to do? What my portfolio, that portion of my portfolio is going to be worth like a few hundred. Well, what am I going to rotate it into? Again, the upside is like by that point it's probably going to be 1,000x, and the downside would be what, a couple $100. Like, so what? So
Exactly. Risk to reward ratio. Yep.
exactly.
And just in general, diversify. If you don't want to, if you want to protect yourself from an ecosystem level or de-risk to protect yourself against the ecosystem level risk, go into other stuff. Like you have the core tokens. You know what I mean? Like don't go just all into one thing. It's really good. Like a lot of people, I remember there was times where pDAI and PE hex were at almost the same price, and like, oh, which one's gonna go to $1 first? I think it's this one. Oh, you guys, and then like the tribalism happens, which I'm like, why are we doing this? Like at the end of the day, you can literally be in both worlds. Have you thought about that? Being in best of both worlds. People are asking me, oh, Khalid, if one is aimed to go at $1, the other one can go more than $1. Why should I just not go all in hex? I'm like, okay, it's different narratives. These are different tokens running with on different races and paces. Okay, like it's literally, and one, if it succeeded, it stays at $1. It becomes the risk off asset, the stable coin, right? And the other one, okay, fair enough, it's going to still be volatile, blah blah. Like I'm like, it really just depends. In my opinion, I'm making the best of both worlds. I feel like it actually makes me less. Or just like protects me basically against of moments like these where, hey, I can still think very logically. I don't need to emotionally react and do something that I might regret tomorrow. Okay, like simple as that. I don't need to rotate anymore. If it's, and as you mentioned, like, okay, people who have like 9 to 5s, which I do, I can get fresh capital, fresh risk capital, and then continue DCAing. And that's what I've been doing since 2023, DCAing in the bags that I believe. I have not changed since then.
Do you have a favorite core, just out of curiosity? So you've mentioned you've got your 7 cores, but out of the typical Richard Hart cores, do you have a favorite core coin?
Like out of the 7 or something?
Out of the 4 that have got Richard's name
Yeah.
on it, Pulse, PulseX, Hex, well, eHex actually, so 5, and Ink.
Wow. I mean, it would have to be like pDAI, PWBTC, and any runner-ups would be stuff like Teddy Bear, because I do like the fact that
out of the ones that under Richard's name.
Oh, only the ones. Oh yeah, PulseX and INC.
PulseX and INC. I think you might have said that before. Sorry, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I hold all 4. Well, I don't hold Pulse because I feel like PulseX is a direct 2x leverage of that. So I doubled down in PulseX just because of the extreme deflation nature. I think right now it probably burnt 6.7% of the supply. It is a better Uniswap, and with INC, I already like kind of predicted that. Well, not trying to like brag or something, but I already told people that the rate of inflation has been reducing on a daily, where it's a realized Bitcoin halving per year. And I said like INC is how the way they call the Bitcoin is digital gold. INC is liquid gold because it's an aggressive Bitcoin model, and that's exactly what we've seen. Richard Hart came in, I think, using the master chief contract, and he literally changed it. He lowered the inflation per second, not once but not like I think it was 4 or 5 times, and effectively it has a realized Bitcoin halving of 4 Bitcoin halvings, where now it's extremely scarce. The same way how Bitcoin will be scarce and then it'll plateau at 21 million. So INC, I believe in all of those. Yeah, PulseX and even PHEX and EHEX. It's very hard to choose. Like, okay, out of
Mm.
them, like which one would be my favorite? It's very, very hard. So
They
the
all have
next best
something
thing is,
different going for them.
huh?
They all
What
have
is it?
something a
Yeah.
little bit
Oh,
different going for
100%. Yeah.
them.
The reason why I'm holding PHEX is totally different reasons why I'm holding EHEX. Totally different.
Mm. I just want to really highlight and comment this as well from Crypto Artie. So shout out to
Yeah.
you, Artie. So I honestly didn't expect all this hate from the Hexicans. Unfortunate and sad considering we are one ecosystem. Whichever side is right, we need to forgive and grow up as one and not divided. So I just think that's a beautiful message, man. I think that's really, I mean, that's something that I've been trying to share regardless from the beginning. Like, we've always had this division between like the Atropa ecosystem and the Tang Gang and maxis and anything else that's on the chain and non-maxis. We've always had this division in the chain, and there's always been the debate even about the division and like, oh, the division is good because it drives marketing. I mean, look what's happening with pDAI. Like Ivan on Tech's been talking about it every day for the last 4 days. What's his name? Bob Lucas tweeted about Hex. Like people are
Mm.
seeing the fights, the algorithms, the social media algorithms. They love fighting. They love it because that's what people love to watch. So I think no matter what happens in this, I really hope whichever way that it goes, if it goes in our favor and we were right, I really hope that people on the side that I'm on are going to be mature enough and respectful enough to not rub it in anybody's faces, particularly the people that might have capitulated and fudded. And I hope from the other perspective, if we were wrong, the other people, I mean, there's already been people that have been pissing on our graves or attempting to piss on our graves, jumping
Yeah.
into like different chats and just like spouting nonsense and, oh, Somi's bags are down. And like, it's not a good vibe. It's not a good way to treat people at all. Actually, it's horrendous, to be perfectly honest. Like money and greed really brings the worst out in humanity.
I know, yeah. And just to add to that, like a lot of people saying that, talking basically crap about Somi. I just want to say, man, I watched a lot of Somi's videos, like, I think 2023 I started, 2024, and right now as well. Like, this guy never said go all in. Like, he literally always preaches about 90% core, 10% lottery. Like, are you telling me just because he's one of the loudest people in PulseChain, which by the way, he onboarded a lot of people on PulseChain, and by the way as well, like he doesn't just talk about pDAI. This guy provides a lot of information just in general with crypto. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden people think that he's been just pDAI driven, and he's saying like, oh, he's driving a lot of people into pDAI, like he should be, I don't know, held accountable, deplatformed, whatever. It does not make any sense. Who at the end of the day controls their own hand to buy or to sell? What you're looking into someone who believes in something. Why do
Exactly.
people? I don't understand. Why do people want influencers to become disingenuous? Isn't that the whole premise about Pulsechain that's trying to protect itself from? The
Not only
other
that,
chains that have VC-backed marketing, that they're paying influencers to shill about something while they're dumping it behind your back. We don't
exactly,
have that
bro.
here.
And that's multi-layered. One, people are sovereign individuals that think for themselves and choose whatever they want. Two, like Somi is in the minority of influencers. There's literally like hundreds of other influencers who are saying don't do this. So people will choose what they want to choose based on their own tolerance for risk or their own desires. Yeah, we don't have as like just blaming the influencer like, oh, you're encouraging people to buy. Like those people are, like they're little 5-year-old babies. Like, like you got to hold their hand across the road and hold their hand to press the buy button. Like people are sovereign individuals that are choosing things for themselves based on the information that they get. People are weighing up the pros and cons, and they're probably going, you know what, the pros are better, I'm going to do this, or the cons are it's more in favor
Yeah,
of the con, I'm not going to do it. Like people are making their own choices. I think that's
yeah,
something important to highlight as well. So
100%. And that's something that he said as well, is that he literally reminded people that, hey, this all could go to zero at any day.
he says, if you don't
And I
like it,
think
just sell.
this, yeah, this can be applied literally anywhere in crypto. We are in a free market, unregulated. Literally everything has an element of risk. It's just
Mm,
trade-offs. It's just odds. Nothing is 100%. I literally can't give you a token right now and say, oh, it will 100% go up in a week, in a month, in a year. You know what I mean? It's all about odds.
Exactly.
I can tell you Bitcoin, okay, it has 90% odds that for 3 out of 4 years it goes up. I'll never
Exactly.
say 100%. Like,
Exactly. And you know what, man? And I don't want to like divide the community up or anything like this, but it's kind of disingenuous. It's kind of disingenuous when people are saying, let's buy this. And I mean, well, realistically, this is actually an ultimately good dip. This is a fantastic, phenomenal dip. But I just wanted to look at what happens when the origin address actually starts buying this. Are we supporting the origin address or are we selling against the origin address? Because I noticed that with most the other day. And every single time the origin address does a buy, it gets like hammered down, like viciously hammered down, like every single time. I think like
yeah.
to me is that something where like this is another thing that's really like a philosophical thing that Bud identified recently in a stream, like the hex OG is the virus of the system. Like there's basically like a group of people that are just extracting from the ecosystem. They're not
Mhm.
contributing, they're not adding, they're just taking. And is that, do I want to lead people down that road and say, okay, all right, well, don't, let's forget pDAI, let's now just focus on the core coins. But if I look at the core coins, the performance of the core coins, I look at
Yeah.
Hex, and you look at, again, just do this, bro. Look at this. Like this to me is very alarming. This is not a good sign. The origin address here, you know,
That's what I'm
Sack Daddy pumping out bags, trying to probably promote some growth. Dump down. Sack Daddy trying to stop a bottom. Dump down. This is in
Yeah.
Hex. This is in PulseX. This is in all of them. This is one of the origin address wallets. It's in all of them. You look at the buyers, just buyers, and it gets dumped down. It's like, okay, so do I want to lead people to that slaughter where there's a group of people who are just like greedily extracting everything? I think that's something to philosophically consider as well. Nothing is black and white in crypto, bro. There is no like, yeah, go and do this. It's 100% going to go there. I told my friends about Hex, and everybody fucking dumped on him. All my friends are down in the dumps because everybody's dumped on him. I can't keep telling people to go buy Hex. Hex is my biggest holding, but I can't morally do that because it's not what the price chart is saying.
Yeah, you bring up a very good point. You know, the way I think about it, because at the beginning when I got into pulsechain, I was almost like allocating, percentages to different portfolios. But just because pDAI and PWC and just in general Atropa went up, now my portfolio is actually majority like of those instead of the pulse and INC, because they basically kind of been going sideways and almost creating new all-time lows. And it's like, okay, in one way, I'm like, okay, previous performance, well, which is pad performance, is not indicating of future. It is really tough. You bring up a good point, and I think this is tied with the sacrifice phase. Unfortunately, that it happened kind of towards the end of the bull run where everyone had gains, right? And then everyone wanted to be part of Pulse Chain. And then now when Richard Hart did the sacrifice, he gathered like what, $1.5 billion or 1.7, I don't know, billion dollars, and that's from people's gains. So now you have a lot of people with extremely high expectations, and because Richard Hart, he mentioned like, oh, this can do a 10,000x, but I feel like it loses the 10,000x ability if you have way too much people come in. So it's going to front run. So the hype is going to front run the chart itself, and that's exactly what we've seen. And we have so much whales. Like I wish there was a cap on the sacrifice amount that people could have done, because now we have. Yeah, it's like forever, not forever dumping, but there's a lot of whales, man. They're just waiting on the 2x. They start dump. Let me tell you,
Yeah,
I really don't think it's the little guys, who are new to Pulse Chain. This, because they're patient, right? They're,
of
and I
course.
remind people that Pulse Chain launched in the middle of the bear market. It gave
Mhm.
people like you and I, the small, let's say, or just in general, the squids, the small fish, want to become a dolphin, to become a shark, to become a whale. It gave them ample time. It gave us ample time to buy in because we launched in the middle of the bear market, which is the exact best time. So you can't judge, oh, Pulsing has been down for 2 years, but at the same time, a lot of things went up. The only thing that I really can give a comment on is INC. When it went from 39 cents or whatever to like almost $10, this was when Solana was really popping off in that mini altcoin season. But unfortunately, like Hex and PulseX, they was kind of struggling because it was just hit with like dumps after pumps. And it doesn't bounce back as easily, which I realized with pDAI, with Atropa Pt I and stuff, it bounces back very well, because this is how you can tell it's different kind of ecosystems here of different people, and it's like, ah, man, it's really unfortunate to see this. And yes, sometimes when I speak to my IRL friends, I get them on something else, than like the majority. Like when I tell them about PulseX, I tell them really delay your gratification with this, because it is a long term play. Yes, the chart, if you look at it, it's not going to look good, but I have to always tell them, think about it as a, because if you look at the PulseX, actually, you can kind of see a, what's the word? Is it the bull flag? I think it's the bull flag.
With the PulseX.
PulseX, yeah, I forgot the name of the pattern, where it's kind of a triangle, isosceles triangle.
It looks like this one as well, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. We're
Chain,
like,
but
we're like, I do feel like we're gonna see a breakout for with the core in general. But yes, if you look at it right now, a lot of people, even though they look at it's a cheap price, unfortunately they're not wired like that. The herd behavior, they like to buy green candles for some reason.
right,
Like, you cannot tell a retail investor that, hey, this is a better buy opportunity. They will literally be like, no, I'd rather buy XRP. What? Doesn't make sense to me.
right,
And they'll be,
yeah,
and
right.
obviously this does have, with pDAI, it attracts the DeFi, kind of traders. But with pulsechain, it needs to attract the general retail investors, which we were not able to, because we're not on centralized exchanges. Yes, we're against the whole counterparty risk, but you still have to lower the barrier for entry. And we, at the same time, we need to have volume, and at the same time we need to have green candles. Like, that's how the positive feedback loop will start. And actually, I can almost tie this back with pDAI, with the hyperloop theory. So, and I've said this in a video. I actually said the leverage of pDAI is Pulse, Hex, INC, and PulseX, which is the way that not all people might think about. But the reason why, with the whole away bags that we said, it could be a theory that he's going to use the away bags to over collateralize pDAI, and then if it's at $1, Richard Hart will have 12.5 billion in buying power. And now, what if Richard Hart wants to use that to buy back the away bags are exactly collateralizing the whole $1 is going to push the prices of the PulseX, Hex, and INC, or not really INC, because INC is non-OA bag holding, but in general it is tied to it through Hart's law. It's going to push it up, making the pDAI collateralization ratio way higher. It's a win-win, and he can redo this again, because remember, he can technically keep minting until it's 150%. Like, he can keep minting depending on the line variable, and he can do that again. He's going to keep buying back PulseX, Pulse, Hex, and then it's going to go up, and then pDAI is going to become stronger dollar with more confidence. And again, the biggest winners is the people that were holding the core bags. So that's the theory, and that's why I tell people everyone is a winner. Literally everyone will be a winner if pDAI ends up true, even if you're not holding it directly.
I feel like philosophically, I would. This is going to be a difficult thing to say, but it just, for me, it feels right if the OA is not involved in the process, and it happens organically. It happens by the market as it is, and with just people gradually feeding it into there. I don't know if that's possible. I mean, I've seen all the theories with the OA bags, with decentralized Mies videos. For me, it just feels like it would be better without the OA wallet, and also just from like a marketing perspective, the whole OA bag and the perceived risk that people have on the OA bag with Hex, and he owns like 90% of the pulse chain supply, and all this stuff. It's like, okay, do we want that also in pDAI? But then pDAI, if it's pegged at $1, it doesn't really make sense. So I suppose that argument kind of goes out the door. So I'm just on the fence with the OA bag and pDAI. That's just me personally. So
no, 100% get it. I just feel like it kind of, logically, I feel like, okay, it does tie in together. Why? Because the OA is not Richard Hart, right? That's what everyone's, it's not Richard Hart. We don't know who it is. It could be an AI bot. Do you know what I mean?
That's what we believe. But then everybody else thinks it's like, everybody else from the outside looking in is like, no, it's Richard Hart. So could be an AI bot as well. That's a really good point.
Yeah, it could be. And it's why I feel like, okay, part of it could be with the whole pDAI story, it would perfectly be the puzzle piece, the missing puzzle piece. This is what I really like, and it kind of goes towards the whole narrative of pulsechain. The USP, what makes it different, is this lore. We have so much lore in pulsechain, like it's actually quite crazy.
What's
But
the law? What USP did you say? Sorry, what are you
yeah,
saying is the law?
US, like the unique selling point would be like the pDAI story,
Mm.
and in general the OA, which is kind of a proven concept, and I think it is basically like a benevolent burn address. I don't expect the OA to sell like part of its own bags, but yes, we've seen it sell pDAI and stuff, which is crazy to me. I feel like the OA knows that people are watching the wallets. So again,
Mm.
I just feel like it's a lot of psyop happening. But in general, I do feel like it can be tied in together. At some point, if you added up all the OA bags, at some point we were as close as a 50% like pump in the cores to being able to collateralize pDAI. And when you collateralize pDAI, like it would literally instantly tick to $1, no matter which price it is. Like we've seen it with PUSDC and pDAI pegging. Like it was obviously like a 50% discount, and then in a few minutes, like that green candle did not stop. It went all the way up. So we could see that. So you know,
Mm.
it could be. But in your thoughts, if it's not the OA, like what? Yes, and I do agree. By the way, the way the charts organically went up, the closest we were like what, 29 or 30x away from $1. I think
Mm.
100% we are able to go all the way to 90 cents with no involvement. I do agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a lot from where we are within the liquidity within our chain, and again, it doesn't necessarily have to happen within this cycle. It can happen in the next one. Like if Pulsechain
Yeah.
proves itself as a valid blockchain, then it doesn't have to happen in this. But that's my that's my mindset. I can wait. Like it's no. Again, I've got everything I
100%.
need. I don't.
Yeah, no,
I'm not doing
100%.
anything
Yeah.
flashy. So.
I can I can wait as well, because as long as we're doing higher highs, higher low, and I think I mentioned this in my Telegram group chat, is that I'm happy. You know what I mean? As long as higher highs, higher low, or in general, like we have a positive feeling about pDAI, which right now I feel like it's really a testament to who are the true believers. Like we're being shaken out. Like, okay, we get it. Maybe Richard is not behind it again. Maybe, right? But oh
Mm.
my God, are we not being faced with the worst of the worst in such a short amount of time? Everything happened almost at around the same time. Like, what is going on? What is going on? What a time, man. What a time to be in
Mm.
crypto.
It
Honestly, after
is,
all this finishes, like there has to be a Netflix series. There has to be a book about pulsechain.
bro. This is like this will be the perfect sequel to the highest of stakes.
Mm.
This whole this whole fiasco, just everything about Pulsechain from day one. Like there has to be a highest of stakes too. Surely,
Yeah.
that would be like the ultimate conclusion to this. So,
Jeez. Yeah.
hmm. um, all right, Khaled. Well, I feel like we've covered a lot, man. I've really enjoyed this conversation. I don't know
Absolutely. Likewise.
if there's anything more that you want to kind of cover with this, or like there hasn't been any kind of questions. I get I know Artie. I love Artie's very religious man. So shout out to you, Artie. This is another great comment. So, um, is there anything else that you wanna add, Khaled, before we kind of wrap this up, or any questions that you saw that you want to address in the comments?
Honestly, I'm gonna just be taking more time learning more about the pDAI, the Maker protocol, but I really don't have anything else. All I'm going to say is believe in something, and it doesn't necessarily needs to be within Pulsion. Like you can apply that principle anywhere and just believe in something, delay gratification, and then you will make the most out of whatever situation. Like it just in general, I feel like being an investor is better than being a trader in crypto. Like we've
Mm.
seen it time and time again, where okay, you can become a trader, make a 50% pump here and there, great for you, but being a long-term investor, it actually is like statistically proven that your odds of making a loss decreases the longer you hold your bags. So keep that in mind.
Mm.
And you
Mm.
don't realize your losses until you click sell. So also keep that in mind. Be ready what you're, as long as it's risk capital, be ready to just crypto can move very quick But at the same time, if nothing's happening, literally time feels very slow down. So like
Yeah,
from here
gosh.
to the 29th of March, it literally felt very, very, very slow. And in Christmas and last Christmas as well, I was like, okay, you know, we're seeing the prices kind of retrace, and it's like, okay, you know, let's wait till January. Comes January, okay, Ethereum, this is one of its best performing months is in January. Nothing happened in January. I was like, okay, guys, let's wait till February. And it's like, okay, we're seeing, and then you know the whole real life FUD events with like the tariffs and whatever the WW3 maybe. It's like, okay, the best thing to do is just don't overexpose yourself to one thing, and just understand what you're believing in as well. Like just, I feel like knowledge is a precursor to making money. So don't follow crowds, follow information.
Mm. Can I just ask before we wrap up? Do you have an opinion on this? Because this comment from Fast Subdo: if the money it would take to push pDAI to $1 just went into core coins, the entire chain would pump. So no pDAI required. This is also something that, you know, this is really a valid point in the debate. So what's your position on this?
I feel like yes, like if we just like pump pDAI literally with like actual capital, we could reach $1, but we still need to collateralize it to actually enable the dormant stablecoin pegging functions. So I think like we still need the collateralization. So that is my thoughts, and which is it almost.
I think he's saying take pDAI out of the equation altogether. So he's saying forget pDAI.
Oh,
Let's forget all the money that goes into that. Let's just put it into the cores. That's going to be better for the chain.
Okay. I mean, it is a good question, man. Like the cores is literally the blue chips of Pulsechain. I'm forever bullish on them, but at the same time, I do feel like this is one of the USPs. Like Richard Hart talked about the differentiating factor. Like BNB is a layer one fork of Ethereum. Like what makes it different from us? Like there's so many layer one forks. It is literally the greatest crypto airdrop. Like.
Oh,
Hello.
yep, you're still there.
I'll say if it's not pDAI, are we going to replace it with another PRC20? I don't feel like it's that easy to do. I feel like it would literally eliminate, nullify the whole ecosystem, which is supposed to be a gold rush. So again, I feel like, yes, like, okay, fair enough. If pDAI did not succeed, I don't feel like Pulsechain as a whole fails. But in a way, I do feel like, okay, what's truly unique about pDAI? Yes, and I do believe, by the way, the community, we have one of the strongest community. We've survived the minus 99%. But when we look at it, we like saying the fact that we're 17% quicker than Ethereum is not enough. People don't care about that.
No, they don't.
Solana is extremely buggy. It is quick, yes, but it's extremely buggy. And I think it's really hard to write smart contracts with like intricate tokenomics and stuff. But it still ended up being the unicorn of this bull run. You know what I mean? So we need to have something that's really never been done before. So, I mean, it is a good question. It is a good question, man.
Yeah. So, Khalid, someone's actually wanted to. I don't know if you want to. I don't know what your time is like if you want to jump off, but everything Thailand today has been saying that he's got some alpha. But it's been debunked already. So something to do with the exploit is not real. We've got. I don't know if you want to stick around or not, but there's someone else that's jumped up. You're more than welcome to leave, Khalid. If you want to stick around, bro, please stay for as long as you want, man. I'm not going to stay up too late because I need it.
Oh, is it? What time is it for you?
It's 11:30 p.m., so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Steven.
Hello.
What's going on?
What's up, gang? I'm in the stream.
Yeah, man, I can see you. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
I love pDAI, man.
Yeah, no, yeah,
I love it too. Let's be best friends. Oh, he left.
All right, so that was must have been like a little troll. So,
wait, what? You didn't know that person?
No, because I put the invite in the chat, and there's someone in here saying that he wants to join. He's been messaging on all my videos. He's like, I hate you, but I want to share some alpha with you. I'm just like, what? Why do you hate me for? What did I do?
You know, we accept diverse perspectives.
Of course, but I'm just like, but why? Why do you hate me? What have I ever done to you? I don't even know
that's
you,
crazy,
bro.
yeah.
So
It's up to you, actually.
everything Thailand today. The link is right there, bro. I don't know what else to do. I'll give you like maybe a minute or two. Because I'm kind of out of options here. Let me see if I can update the other thing that I could potentially do is like if you're on YouTube, then I'll update the YouTube link here so you can kind of join from there. If I can do it from here, no, I cannot do it from here. So just give me a second. I'll update the. Any questions that you can see from the chat there, Khalid?
No questions really, but this guy said, Richard Hart not founding pDAI is bullish. I don't think he wants to be in the spotlight forever, having tons of people leaning on his every word on how to live their lives and decide what buttons to push. Yeah, I agree. I feel like he's clearing his name. I agree, man. That's definitely a speculation. 100%.
Yeah, that's a good point. So everything Thailand today. If you, I mean, you should be able to just click it from the chat. But if you can't click it from the chat, then if you're on YouTube, which it looks like you are, then just refresh, and the link will be in the description. So apparently
the invite is open to anyone, huh?
Yeah, sometimes this is what I do for some episodes. I was doing it for quite a while there, where I left it open for anyone to, if they wanted to join, but no one would ever join. So sometimes I do organized ones. So the one that I did with Bud yesterday, that was really, really good. I really enjoyed that one. I did one maybe 2 or 3 days ago with Steve. So we've been seeing a lot of his comments in here. So Moat B. So SJY, I mean, his name is Steve, so I always just refer to him as Steve. So yeah, he was in here. Bud was in here. We had Colin in here as well. So kind of like a Spaces, like to keep it open so people can come and just share, and makes things interesting and diverse. So
yeah, I think we did have Somi. I think he went to sleep probably.
Yeah, Somi, he finally replied, because I've sent him DMs and stuff because we follow each other, but I think he gets inundated with DMs, so he doesn't really watch DMs. But I've been like, Somi, when stream, and then he did like a little video, I'll stream with you in the future. We'll set something up. So, yeah, I'll go back to the teddy bear chart. Let's keep this in a loving vibe. So
100%.
Because I got my little teddy bear love here. So yeah, and with the Atropa, just FYI, my position is I still believe in it, and I know that Maria in the stream said that he was going to try and save teddy bear no matter what. So
yeah, we did see that. Does he have holdings of teddy bear?
I'm not too sure. So he might not have holdings, but he might have like LPs. So I'm not too sure. I know that he sold a lot of his teddy bear to buy EHEX. So he became like a top 5 EHEX holder because he was trying to protect EHEX basically. He loves EHEX, and I know that he's also stated that basically he's going to be buying the shit out of EHEX if and when USDT gets to $1. So yeah, Maria's like EHEX bull. So, and
that's really good.
Made HotX. I mean, HotX, I don't know if you've ever seen HotX, but
yeah,
HotX
hold some.
A bit of a. You got some HotX, do you?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, everything's getting shat on, bro. Everything in the Atropa ecosystem, because it's all bonded, is like getting absolutely shat on. So, yeah, this is. Every time you're like, oh, here's a bump. This could be a good buy, and then so yeah, everything's just getting wrecked.
There's just more sellers than buyers. Yeah.
Correct. So, what happened here?
It really just depends on the main anchor of pulsechain, which is the coin. When is that gonna do a reversal? Really?
Here we go. Everything Thailand today. What's going on, man?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
sure can.
We can.
Yes. Okay, guys. So yeah, listen, bro. It's not that I hate you, but it's just like everything you used to talk about. But bro, I got to tell you, you're so right about everything. And let me tell you why. My wife is here with this. Guy, can you go so I can speak? Listen, guys, there's no exploit. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is, man. RH is just fucking, oh, I can't swear. RH is just messing around, right? So what happened is the OA is dumping pDAI, right? His wallets. So look, 4 million was extracted, sent off chain. Don't you guys find this funny? Right when Tornado Cash gets taken off the US sanction list, this happens immediately. So that money is getting bridged through, it's getting put in through Tornado Cash. It's coming into new wallets, coming back on chain. The OA is dumping the pDAI. Those wallets are then coming up and buying all this pDAI, and they're getting ready for the MakerDAO auction, because MakerDAO it needs to have its books cleared. So what happens is they needed to mint the crap out of it to get it to the ceiling of the cap of the mint to trigger the bad debt.
Swap auction.
So
Gotcha.
So listen, the joy is the reserve that the system has to cover bad debt. So when the joy runs dry, the system has no extra pDAI to cover the bad debt. Yeah. MakerDAO then goes into a recovery mode, and then it starts minting pMaker, and those wallets that were buying all the OA pDAI then go with that pDAI. They burn the pDAI to get the fresh minted pMaker, right? So now imagine this, okay? So the OA can't have control of MakerDAO, or it would not be a decentralized protocol, right? So what's going on here is he's transferring ownership to the other wallets, maybe 200 wallets, right? Sorry, I don't speak online, so just I'm a little stressed.
No,
here
you're making sense. Yeah.
That's all good,
but listen, I'm going to tell you guys exactly what it is, bro. Okay, so it's a transfer of ownership. So we know that the deployer bot, right, at the fork, right, we got copies of all our things we had in our wallets, but not from LP pools. And Richard made that clear, that the deployer bot is going to go into all these LP pools, into Aave, into everywhere, and raid all these vaults and get all the copies, right? So we know he has the majority supply. We know that, but he can't use it, or it wouldn't be decentralized. So how to transfer the keys? By diluting the MakerDAO supply, so the other 200 wallets can pick up the supply from auction, diluting his supply, giving control to the other wallets through the bad debt. That's the only way to mint pMaker and to dilute the supply, to transfer the keys without transferring the keys, right? So he posed questions. Is this guy minting pDAI for free and dumping it on the community? Question mark. Does this guy have some magic key? Question mark. Sell pDAI? Question mark. The community goes nuts. They're not seeing it as a question. What does he do last night, bro? He posts the same questions, and then he posts the link to debank to the transaction list. What does he say? Go watch the exploiter extract your money live. Okay, you go over there. What do you see? Do you see anybody extracting money, bro? If you go look at the blockchain, what do you see, man? You see 3 million pDAI being minted, but it's not being minted. It's coming out of a collateral vault, being minted back into supply. He then sells the 3 million pDAI, and then what does he do? He answers the questions he posted for the second time, and he buys nope. That's the answers, bro. It's the answer to, there's this guy. Listen. You guys got to read the blockchain. We sacrificed for freedom of fucking speech on the blockchain, bro. And blockchain is speech. And he purchases nope. And then what does he do, bro? Then what does he do? He mints, not mints, but he withdraws from a vault and mints it to the wallet, 3,000 pDAI. What does he do? He burns the 3,000 pDAI. He swaps nope into a stable coin. Bro, When a billionaire wants to play fucking games, a billionaire is going to play games. And you know what? April Fools could be the really craziest April Fools, bro. So listen, I got a million things to say, right? But the way it's playing out, there is no exploit. Imagine this, guys. Go check out the exploiter live. What exploit, bro? There's 560 million pDAI that could be minted right now that the Joy has paid back. Why is it not being minted? Why did RH direct you there to show you the answers on the blockchain, bro? It's not me saying it. You can go click the link, go look at the fucking transactions, bro. He's answering the questions. He didn't mint pDAI. He withdrew it from the vault, answered the question with nope, and then swapped the nope into a stable coin. You think he's going to direct you there to go see an exploiter who's not even exploiting? Where are the transactions for the exploit when he wanted us to watch? There was none, bro. It was just the answer. Nope. That's why he posted the questions for the second time, bro.
Okay.
Sorry, go on.
Just a couple of things, sorry. So this here is why I find this whole situation so fascinating. I am drawn and like magnetized to your conviction. And even as you're talking, my heart is just like, this is probably what's happening. This is probably what's happening.
I'm not a pDAI maxi, right? I bought pDAI. I bought 5 million for $40 a long time ago. Hold on. When RH answered those questions last night, bro, I just started buying like crazy. My wife started buying like crazy because, bro, the blockchain is freedom of speech. We speak through blockchain. And he directed us there purposely to go watch an exploit when there is no exploit taking place. Bro, think about it. Think about it, okay?
There isn't an exploit taking place. That language is very misleading.
That's exactly it.
Sorry, listen. Very important point, okay? The supply, when pulsechain forked, right, for the first few weeks, inflated to 24.1 billion, right? So we know it inflated, right? Why did RH not say anything then, right? Why was he encouraging people to bridge in their ERC20s and pair them with their PRC20s? First of all, MakerDAO does not have admin keys. The admin keys for MakerDAO is the Maker token. Okay, there are no admin keys. The dev was murdered, bro. There are no admin keys. The admin keys are the P Maker token. How to transfer ownership is to mint more P Maker to fresh new wallets, so it can't be traced to the OA. If it's traced to the OA, it cannot be a decentralized stablecoin. What better than the OA dumping the pDAI? Dumping the pDAI, it's garbage, it's garbage. But what happens, bro? His wallets that extracted the 4 million over the time, bridge back into those wallets. As soon as the OA dumps pDAI, those wallets come and scoop it right back up because they need it for auction in MakerDAO to mint the supply of P Maker to transfer the keys. The admin keys are P Maker, bro. It's facts, bro. It's not my opinion. It's not what I'm thinking. Fuck what I think, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm with you, man.
I don't even know your name.
Don't take my word for it, bro. Go click on the link and look at the transactions, bro. He points you to go see the guy exploiting and taking your money when the opposite is happening, bro. The opposite is happening. We see him burn pDAI. We see him buy nope and then swap the nope into a stable coin, bro.
I think he actually deleted that tweet as well. I think so. I think because someone was asking about that, you know, where's this? Because that would have been done today, right? The one that you're talking about with the transaction.
Well, bro,
Nope was a few days ago, right?
Thailand. So no. Listen, a few days ago he posted the questions. Then last night, this morning, around 6 a.m. my time, 8 a.m. So about 12 hours ago, he posted the same questions he did 2 days ago, and then he posted underneath the link for DBank for the transactions, and he says, go watch the exploiter live extracting your money. He wanted everybody to go there live. I go there, I watch. I see 3 million pDAI minted. Okay, let me take a look. No. It's coming out the vault from collateral. So it's not minting into existence pDAI. It's minting pDAI that's already existent, that is being held in the vault, right? Then he dumps it. Then he buys Nope. He waits 20 minutes. Let that sink in. That's the answer to all the questions. Put it at the end of every question mark, bro. And then to show how benevolent he is, bro, he mints 3,000 and he burns 3,000. That's an exploiter, bro. That's an exploiter that has 560 million fucking pDAI available to be minted right now and doesn't mint it. Does the Vietnamese kid not need any more money, bro? Come on, man.
Especially that he's
Scam
quote unquote
Long needs all the
exposed.
money. He needs all the money he can get his hands on.
It speaks.
He's gonna get a dong reduction surgery. Bro, like what you're saying is, so okay, so your energy is like very, I know this energy because this is how I talk to my friends about crypto, and they're just like, just calm down, Steve. And I'm just like, no, but there's all this stuff that's happening. But
Yeah, bro.
that's another thing, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure Richard has actually deleted that tweet. I'm pretty sure he's actually deleted that tweet. I bet he did. And can I also just point out, like, look at the mind share that we have. Like, there's 5,500 on Wolf of Wall Street talking about Bitcoin, which is dead. And then there's 1.1K in pDAI, which is alive. pDAI is alive. pDAI is the life of crypto right now. So I just wanted to point that out. So anything else you wanted to share, man? Because that's, I mean, this is the thing. So we can go and verify what you're saying. This is the thing. So we can verify on blockchain, but this is where the whole, like, the division of the debate is like, well, I mean, even somebody made a video of like, there's blockchain Richard, and then there's Twitter Richard, and they're two completely different entities.
So the whole time for the past 5 days, while RH has been tweeting, bro, I got friends that are fucking millionaires, bro, and they get all their information from me. I can forward you all the messages. Every time that this guy is dumping, the wallets are fucking buying it right back up. Come on, exploit, and we maintain the same price. It's because the other wallets, he can't just transfer the pDAI or pMaker to 200 different wallets. There's a trail, right? So what he needs to do is he needs to dump it. Those wallets need to come in and buy it. And you just see people buying up pDAI. But why are these wallets buying it? Because they're preparing for the auction at MakerDAO. MakerDAO is going to print the keys, right? There's no other way to inflate MakerDAO than to hit the debt ceiling and to trigger the emergency mechanism to get the joy to start paying back the debt that the joy has, that the joy is the reserve of the system, the extra pDAI it holds to pay back bad debt. When the joy runs out, it triggers the auctions. MakerDAO starts minting Maker, puts it on an auction block. It's only biddable with pDAI. You bid with pDAI, you burn the pDAI, it releases the pMaker. The pMaker are the admin keys. There are no admin keys. It's a DAO, bro. And everything is done through decentralized voting through the Maker token. There are no admin keys. You think RH is going to keep 600 million of SAC money in pDAI when there's admin keys? Why did he explain that he's keeping that 600 million in DAI? Why? Do we know? Yes, we know, because he said, because DAI doesn't have admin keys. USDT, USDC have admin keys. You guys are crazy to keep your money where they have admin keys. And he puts it right in DAI, bro. Right?
So why do you think Richard is saying, why do you think he's almost in a way like mocking here? So Richard Hart win versus your admin key project stream. And then look at this fella shaking his head.
Bro, listen, okay? So
why do you think he's saying this on his Twitter?
I'm going to explain to you. To be 100% decentralized, no entity can have control of it. So if he makes it like, oh no, it's good, then people are going to know something up. But when he's fucking fully stepping away from it, no, it's garbage. There's an exploit. but yet the blockchain speaks different, bro. His words to the government are one thing, but the words on his blockchain that we sacked for speaks volumes, bro. It speaks volumes, right? He speaks through the blockchain. He's made that clear how many times, bro? So in order for it to be decentralized, he needs to step away. Hey, man, if he's got the other 200 wallets that are buying up the pDAI that are going to burn it, bro, you can't prove it. I can't prove it, but we know that's what's going on. He showed us. Go watch the exploiter exploit and extract your money. Bro, I watched. I didn't see any money get extracted. All I seen was a message. Nope. And all I seen was it convert into a stable, bro. Did you see any money get extracted? I did not.
No.
Bro, hold on. First of all, you don't even need the link that Richard Hart put. All you got to do is put in the exploiter's wallet on DBank, go to the transactions section where RH sent you anyways, and go see the transactions, bro.
100%.
Does anyone have the wallet?
The
I got it on
596.
here. Hold on. I don't know how I can get it on here, but it's the.
Yeah, I can paste it.
Wait, can I turn the camera and show you guys or what? Hold on.
If you can.
Hold on. Wait. Let's go to DBank. Okay, I got the wallet. How do I turn the camera, bro?
Maybe double tap the screen, if that's possible.
I never used this before, bro. Hold on.
I don't know how it works on.
This
Okay, so look, you guys know it's a 5996 wallet, right? 5996. Okay, you guys have access to it or what? How can I? Want
I
to
sent
show
the
this?
link in the description, by the way. Coexist in the chat.
Maybe if you put it in the chat. Is there one in the
Yeah.
chat or?
I don't know how to do this. Yeah, just hold on. Let me just.
If anyone's
I'm gonna
got
try
the
to show
wallet
my phone
address,
here, bro.
copy and paste the wallet address to me on DMs on Twitter, and I'll copy and paste it into the Block Explorer if somebody has it.
Okay, hold on. I'll copy the address and then I'll find you on Twitter. Hold on. Copy the address.
You can just paste it on Twitter, and then you can at me.
How do I find you on Twitter? I'm not sure, bro. Can
So
let me search
my-
on
By the way,
Twitter.
coexistence.
What is it?
I'm CO
C-O-E-X-I-S.
One second. I gotta.
I
Because you
DM'd it
guys
to you as
need
well,
to see
Steve.
this, bro, and then it will open your eyes. You'll understand. You know what I mean?
COEXISTEVEN. So if you just copy and paste the address in Twitter and then
Constant Steve, right? Live. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Stephen. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm gonna post. I'm gonna. How do I post it? Okay, let me follow you. Hold on, follow that. How do I post on your timeline, bro?
You just post it on your timeline and at me.
Okay, let me post it on mine. You gotta walk. I don't know how to do this, bro. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm posting the address. And now, how do I add you on it?
So you at me. So now you type my name with the at the start.
When I'm posting it?
When you're posting it, correct. So then I'll get like a notification.
Okay, bro. Look, can you see? I just added you. I'm Big Whale PulseX.
All right, 1 second. Big Whale PulseX, you added me.
You see it? And then I posted. You see the address there?
Hang on a second.
Sorry, guys. This is just really important. You guys gotta see
Alex?
for your own eyes. Huh?
Are you Alex?
No, I'm Big Whale PulseX. I just followed you.
Yep, I'm just trying to wait for my notifications.
Yeah, okay, so let me do it again. How do I tag you, bro? So I
Just
gotta
by
put
doing
at.
the at symbol, you know, the email
Okay, yeah.
at,
Yeah, at. Okay, and then what?
and then now write his username, which is coexistence.
CO. How do I? Okay, yeah.
Did
Here's
you say
coexistence.
you're Wave? Are you Wave Man? Wave Man?
No, I'm Big Whale PulseX. Okay, here I just tagged you, bro.
And that's
Okay,
it,
I
yeah,
just tagged
post
you.
it.
All right. Just let's just slow down for a minute here because it's very intense. So, because I might also have it because I was trying to explore it yesterday.
You know, this
So
is
I'm not getting the
interesting. I've
notification
never
yet.
thought about it. Never
It's the
thought about that, yeah.
5996. Okay, I have got it. So is it 86B89 da 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 da?
Yeah,
8XB869.
XB898CFFDAA. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay,
All
so
right.
go to DBank, go to the transactions, and
Alright,
then
let me just bring my
Alright.
screen up.
that was 17 hours ago. So go back 17 hours in the transactions.
Because can VPNs be tracked with DBank, by the way? Because someone added me some random DBank wallet.
I'm not sure,
I
bro.
clicked
I'm not
it.
sure.
As in, like the person who sent you the link? No, they can't. No, but DBank
I
themselves,
just sent
the
you a
domain,
link,
yeah.
but I tagged you. I tagged you with your name in it.
So it's this one here, is it? Does this
I
look
can't.
correct? 200 on the if you look on the screen.
Let me get my mouse. Oh my god, bro. Shit.
Yeah, that's the wallet, 5996.
It's 5996. Yeah. So it's got Metis and $144 on pulsechain. So then I
Yeah.
go transactions.
Yeah, go transactions and then go down to 17 hours and you're going to see 3 million pDAI exit. This is where it starts, right when he said, go watch live.
17 hours. There's a
17
million.
hours, 47 minutes.
Yeah, 3 million.
So 3 million. So look, that's an exit. So that's an exit from the vault, which minted it to his wallet, right?
Yep.
Then you can see, go up. He sold 1 million pDAI, sold 1 million pDAI, sold 1 million pDAI. Then that
Yep.
money's moving out. And then
Yep.
we can see over here at 16 hours and 4 minutes ago with a Pt I swap, 500,000 PLS to 27,000 nope. That's the answer to the question. That's why he posted the questions for the second time, bro. And then he guided you to go here to watch live. So you get swapped to nope. Then what happens, bro? Then he exits 3,000 pDAI from the vault, exits, and then he wipes it. He burns the 3,000 pDAI. Then what does
Can I
he
also
do?
say,
He swaps the nope into a stable.
at the very start of all of this, before any of this even happens, it's 369 DPEG. 369 DPEG is the transaction that starts all of this at 18 hours and 15. And then you've got these 3 millions, and then it goes up to the note.
I went exactly when he said, go watch live. So I started from that point, but let me go back and look.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the 369
wipe?
DPEG is just a few minutes before, like an hour before that.
Okay, yeah,
Is it the wipe transaction right there? The minus 3,000 DAI that you mean, the burning?
What's that? The minus
that?
3,000 burn die as well? Where?
Scroll
Oh, this
that
one
right
here.
there, the wipe, yeah.
A wiped. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
Keep going up, bro. Keep going up. Go back up. And then you'll see above the 3,000 burn, the nope buy.
Yes.
Nope. You see
Correct.
that? That's the answer. So he posed the questions for a second time. People took it as a statement, but they're not statements, bro. There's no exclamation mark. They're questions. And people are so dumb.
This is just the wildest narrative.
No, but it's not a narrative, bro. Bro, listen.
It's communication.
Listen, bro. I'm a big boss, bro. I got lots of money. You guys can see I don't play around, bro. And I got a big brain, and I used to run some very serious things. And I'm 100% on the money, and I know what's going on, bro, and I follow the blockchain. And when he directs you to go watch an exploit, and the exploit doesn't take place, and he burns 3,000 pDAI, and then buys nope, and then swaps the nope into a stable. Why is the exploiter not exploiting right now, bro? 560 million pDAI available to be minted. He's not doing it.
And why is he not minting more, knowing that he's exposed now?
Exactly. There's 560 million he could mint right now, bro. Why is he not? Why did Richard send us over here to go watch live, to go watch a live exploit? But there's no exploit, bro. There's no exploit. Exit is not minting, bro. Exit.
Now, I was just going to say, this reminds me when Richard Hart says blockchain is speech.
Yes, man. Yes, bro. That's why we sacrifice money, bro.
Exactly.
For freedom of speech, for speech on the blockchain, bro.
100%. Yeah, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, assembly.
Listen, guys, I'm
Look at
telling
this.
you, I'm telling
Freedom
you straight up, I'm not a
777,
PDAI
Freedom
maxi.
777, then DPEG.
Yeah, that's him receiving it. So technically, anyone can send him stuff.
Right.
Yes, somebody
And
sent him that. Don't watch receive transactions, bro. Just watch the transactions that are made on the account.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Wipe
from
function, wow.
listen, bro. So from when he said go watch the exploiter live, I go there, I see no transactions. I wait. Then I see the 3 million. Let me go to it. Hold on. I see the can't find it here. Oh my God, hold on.
Can I also just say, like, one of the things that I don't know if you've ever seen this one, Thailand. What's your name, by the way, bro? Everything Thailand. I mean, you might not want to reveal your name. What can I call you? Just Everything Thailand?
Everybody calls me Cash Money, bro.
Cash Money. What a fucking G. Cash Money.
That's a G, man.
What a G. Cash Money. I love it. Cash Money. Have you ever used Liquidity Pools Versal.app? And the very first liquidity pool on liquiditypoolversals.app for pDAI is RHCAN.
Wait, say that again.
RHCAN. That's above
Isn't that a
Atropa.
glitch, right? Because it says 5 billion in liquidity. Do you
It's
see
5
that?
billion, so it is a glitch based on however much the token supply. So it's like kind of a glitch, but the fact that it says RH like if you, I don't know, I'm just like, oh, who can peg pDAI? RH can. It's just like this whole, I don't know. You're talking about communicating on the blockchain, like there's, put your tinfoil hat on up here, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, liquidity USD 5 billion, eh?
Yeah, so it's but that's not the point. The point is this here, RH can. But anyway, that's just the way that I read it. So
yeah. Bro, he's speaking through the blockchain. There's many things that maybe I'm not seeing too, but I've seen enough. I know what it is. And you watch and you understand a founder asking these questions like let's just think about this. Let me go to his page here for a second, okay? Because it's absolutely ridiculous, right? So let me go hold on.
It does mind boggle me that he's being disingenuous saying, oh, admin keys.
No, bro. He's not being disingenuous. He's fucking distancing himself. So it
clearing
can
his
be a
name.
100% decentralized protocol. If there's any hint that he has something to do with it, it's not decentralized, bro. He has to do it in this manner, bro. It has to be. I told my wife how it was going to play out months ago.
So even this, so Jacob Show, he's deleted that tweet now where he's saying, go and watch the transactions. I had somebody DM me saying, oh, what happened to this tweet where he was showing how to actually buy?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it now. So look, he says, was that March 22nd? This is right when Tornado Cash gets taken off the US sanction list, okay? Are these videos of the pDAI exploiter free minting and nuking pDAI buyers? Question mark. So when he put that in the post this morning, right? He put these exact questions with the link to the thing. So he answers the question with, nope. How long until others figure out to infinite for free instead of buying? Nope. Or does he have some magic keys? Nope. Stop buying pDAI? Question? Nope. Then he switches the nope into a stable, bro. Blockchain is speech, bro. He's not going to guide you there to go watch that and not see an exploit and to see what he's trying to show you. He has control of it. You think all of a sudden some Vietnam fucking 24-year-old kid is fucking making a video, exploiting, and then posting the video with his face, and then everybody has the background on him. Oh, he's a degenerate gambler. He's lost his money. What is going on here, bro? It's a setup, bro, for RH to distance himself from pDAI, bro, from Maker. We know the OA deployer bot has control of Maker DAO. We know that. We know that RH has the 15 billion pDAI. And what happens when pDAI pegs? pDAI pegs, all liquidity pools recalculate. Listen, brother, You double the size of the bid, you double the size of the bid, it 4x's the price. If you 500x the size of the bid, which pDAI to peg would be a 500x from here, it's going to 2000x everything that's paired in liquidity. We'll instantly see a 2000x. Then RH has 15 billion pDAI that is pegged, backed by collateral. So look, this is how it's going to play out. I'm telling you exactly. Before pDAI pegs, RH is going to pump the prices by 20x.
Oh,
listen, the OA holds 120 trillion PLSX, and the OA holds 120 trillion PLS. He's going to 20x the price, so his collateral level will be way over collateral, way over collateral. He'll move it in just like he moved the Hex OA bags into the sacrifice to get the 120 trillion PLSX and the 120 trillion PLS. He can move the bags around. He can use a decentralized protocol, but he can't control the decentralized protocol, or it would not be decentralized, bro.
I feel you, bro. Your conviction is like oozing.
I see the big man over here, the former heroin dealer, is got something to say. What do you got to say, bro?
What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
Listen,
brother. I got $6 million in the ground. All the sex money, bro. I don't play around, bro. I got the paper.
I know you believe, bro.
No,
I know you believe. It's rubbing on me.
Even though there's a lot of hate on me, Moon King has zero hate on anybody else. So let's put that out there first. So next thing, I 1000% don't think Richard Hart is behind this.
He's not behind it. No, he's not behind the maker, but he's behind the process of what's going on.
I don't think he has any involvement at all with it. The speculation was 100% on point until he came out with that. Chances are case gets dismissed tomorrow, so that's why I do feel that
definitely.
That's why I do feel he came out the way he came out, knowing that what we know now with the case. The next thing, one thing Richard Hart does not do is he will not lie publicly.
He's not lying.
And get caught.
He's not lying. He's asking questions. He's not lying. He's asking questions, bro.
You got to realize this exploiter, who I do believe is an exploiter, is smart and watching every move. So you got to realize he's doing stuff that a lot of people can't really figure out. So the guy's not stupid. The guy can read everything that we're reading, and therefore he can understand what might keep it going and what could end it. So now let's
this guy actually exists,
advocate. If I was that type of person, I would not touch for a while to make you guys or everyone, not say you guys, but just the audience believe. Why would I keep doing it and end it when I can have a chance to just trick you by not taking anything out and you believe, oh, this is happening, and then you see that's happening in real time? So why would I just keep doing it and end it when there's a group of people who are starting to believe that this is happening? So therefore the price goes up, and then he continues.
Wait, why wouldn't he do it at all-time high prices though? Like the worst kind of extraction.
That's a big question I ask myself also. So there's things where I'm just like, here's the next thing. Richard Hart, the last time he said do not buy a coin, like specifically with his ecosystem, you shouldn't have bought it.
He never said don't buy pDAI.
He told you not to buy Hex on day one. And what did everyone do? They bought it. And he told you mathematically it is stupid for you to buy Hex on day one. And what happened? There was inflation came out, it dropped 85-95%, and everyone that bought day one got wrecked. That was with his own coin that he launched and gave the hint. not to buy the coin.
Just to give another example, by the way, with the eHex FUD tweet in last March, which is crazy that we're almost around the same time, he did do a list of like tweets that basically confirmed killing eHex, what the market has chosen. What did eHex do after that? It did a literal 10x since then.
Okay, let me bring up a good point,
That's
guys.
the plus side to it too, because
Please,
yeah,
let me bring some up.
Like listen, when it comes to man, the main reason I'm out, everyone knows the main reason why I'm out. Because if I'm wrong, it ain't good. So
understandably, yeah.
So just so everyone knows, I won't go too far into that. But outside of that, as soon as I saw him say that, it goes more toward that side. Publicly, when he comes out and says that, not only he's putting himself at risk, he's putting all his influencers at risk that are doing well for the chain, whether you believe him or not. Like he's putting all that at risk. And then when he's like saying exploit and using those words, like to me, I have to believe that Richard Hart wouldn't go that low to be trying to be that secretive, because then that opens up a whole nother case if something gets caught. To me, it's just not, it wouldn't even be worth it on his side. When you have a billionaire that can, maybe he comes out, what if he comes out with his own stable coin? This thing would be like, and he's been telling you the whole time, like, I told you I was going to come up with my own stable coin. Like, you got to think about all this type of stuff, like the whole picture.
Bro, listen, okay? That's so wrong. And I'm going to explain to you why, okay? First of all, when it launched, 15 billion pDAI was minted. 15 billion, right? And it stayed that way for 19 months. And the whole 19 months, with RH knowing 15 billion pDAI was minted, shilled the chart many times, bro. Knowing. What is the whole point of pulsechain? Bridge in your ERC20s and pair them with your PRC20s. That's the whole narrative of pulsechain.
I believe, and not a lot of people want to hear this, I believe RH was out of touch with the market.
No way.
I think we think he is in touch with the market, but just showing when Pump.Tires was released shows him like he's not in touch with the market. If it took you 2 years to finally launch that, to me, you're not in touch with the market. So it's very possible that this whole thing that like he wasn't paying attention to the PRC20s like that. Once he realized Pepe, they were just taking the money off chain. Because I believe at one point in time, the PRC20 was a thing. And then once Pepe, like all the people came from Pepe and just took the money out the chain and went against what he was saying, take the Pepe on Ethereum and pair it with the Pepe on and all that. And that just like completely got thrown out the window. I think he just kind of banned that whole idea at that time. So and from then on, there's just been a lot of shit going on, probably with the case. He's all of a sudden becomes a lawyer expert. The guy knows law inside and out. His mindset is probably more on that case than is on the PRC20s and the speculation that we're having on chain. I can see for a time period, he wasn't even talking crypto. He was just straight talking law talk.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
He is definitely not going like, and we're just like, bro, talk about pulsechain, and he's just talking about the law. So to me, like all of that stuff is just like, it was great speculation to me. But when he comes out and ends that, in my opinion, I have to believe in what he says, and I'm not going to play 4D chess when he comes out, because my whole speculation always was it was Richard Hart.
Okay, so
out and ends that, and then I won't mention names, but people's narratives start changing and getting caught changing in the middle of like, I start getting a little more skeptical. Where I'm like,
brother,
I don't know, man.
How did this start? How did this FUD start? It started by Richard Hart posting questions after Maria went all mental. Then RH The only thing he did is post questions. That's it. He didn't make any statements. He posted questions. And when he posted those questions, are these videos of the pDAI exploiter free minting? No, bro, I looked on chain. It wasn't.
That was
Everything is
before
requested.
we got notified that basically the case is going to be dismissed. So there's a way as an influencer you can talk to where you can relay the message, but at the same time, in court or anything, you can't be like proven. To me, once we all got information, which he probably got the information before
Is Richard Hart intercepting?
before he got the information before us.
Is
To
it the
me,
Vietnamese kid hacking us?
that right there in his
can you hear
mind,
me?
verbiage changed completely from all previous tweets.
You?
Notice how
He's starting to make the move now, bro.
example.
Starting
Notice
to make
how
the move.
before the case got dismissed, how he's talked, and then right after the case dismissed, how he talked. He was completely a little more loose. Richard Hart is back. Everybody thought. Then the case got put back in. Now he starts talking. He tones it down greatly, a great amount. And then we see that, and we're, in our minds, you got to remember, when you're speculating, your mind will sometimes see what really isn't truly there. If I'm trying to figure it, if that's how I really want to say. And I think if you really break it down by time period, you can't talk the way you talk, the way we talk once we found out, hey, okay, March 26th, the case is likely going to end. Once you get that information and it's already put into files, boom, open up the floodgates. Guys, you guys are retarded. What are you doing? Blah, 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 blah. This and that. Like, do not buy pDAI. Like, when you come out and say that, the last time I said that, instantly I thought,
It wasn't a statement.
He did not say that. He didn't say Hex is dead. Hex is dead. And he did not say don't buy pDAI.
I don't think he would ever say Hex is dead. No.
He asked a question. He never made a statement, brother. That's a big difference. We're talking about a high IQ man misplacing exclamation marks for question marks. It's just not the case, bro. It's not the case.
I just think there's never going to be a clear answer on this. There's never going to be a clear answer until the chart does what it's going to do.
He made it clear when he posted those questions for the second time, got everybody to go there and watch the exploit happen live, when there was no exploit happening live, when he just made a speech on the blockchain saying, nope, that answered all the questions, bro. Once I seen him hit that nope, I hit that buy button, bro.
I mean, I think
money was all in.
Even yourself, you posted a really important clip of Richard Hart saying that he's in talks with people who are thinking about doing a MakerDAO replacement. When you asked him that question,
correct. Which was great speculation behind that.
What if
something went wrong? What if something went wrong in the timing of that happening?
Does Maker have admin keys?
Maker has admin keys. pDAI does not.
Maker doesn't have admin keys, brother. What are you talking about? Are you serious? Listen, bro, the admin keys are the pMaker token, the Maker token. There's no centralized admin keys, bro. Period, bro. That's known. That's not me thinking that.
Yeah. That's something that Richard Hart.
Those were I guess you could say those.
Who controls the supply? Controls the admin. We know the deployer bot has majority supply of pMaker.
Who controls the supply?
That would not be decentralized, bro.
Controls the supply, controls
the votes. That's the admin key, bro.
No, because with Maker, it's a DAO. So there's either executive voting from the DAO members, or there's governance polling from the
DAOs
Maker
are
DAO holders.
always. Okay, so here's the downside with DAOs. You don't necessarily have to control the keys. You just have to control the supply. At the end of the day,
that's his point.
But here's the thing: when the person, when the who controls Maker based off of supply?
The deployer bot. We got copies. We got copies.
No.
Hold on.
On Ethereum, who when we're going to talk that way on Ethereum, who controls Maker?
Listen, but you're not understanding, brother. Please just let me speak.
No,
this,
okay? It's a fair question. It's a fair question.
I'm going to explain to you right now, bro, why that doesn't make a difference. Because at the fork, okay, whatever we had in our wallets was copied over to our wallets. Correct. Majority supply was in LP in different protocols, okay? So the 50% or less of the supply was in wallets, and majority supply was in LP. So yeah, when we got the fork, it didn't matter who controlled it over there, because they can't remove their coins on the fork from the LP, because the deployer bot took all those coins. They raided those vaults, took all the coins that were in LP. You didn't get your LP positions copied over. You got what you had in your wallet copied over. Therefore, the deployer bot took control of more than 50% of the supply. The deployer bot, the OA, cannot just transfer this supply to other wallets so they can have control. They have the admin keys. He can't do that. It wouldn't be decentralized, bro. The only way to inflate the supply of PMaker to dilute the admin keys is to trigger MakerDAO emergency mode to trigger bad debt, to have the surplus be distributed and burned to clear the debt. And when the debt is cleared, there's still a surplus. There's a deficit still in the system. It needs to balance the books. It's the only way to dilute the supply. PMaker starts minting PMaker. It's minting PMaker right now, bro. And people are burning the pDAI to get that supply of Maker. So there's auctions, Maker's being inflated, but yet the price is rising because those wallets are also buying up the supply of PMaker to dilute the admin keys, the PMaker, to those wallets that RH bridge. Listen, the 4 million went out. Where did it go? It went to centralized exchanges with no KYC. I guarantee you it came back onto the Ethereum chain. This just happens when Tornado Cash gets removed from the sanction list. Immediately Maria goes crazy on pulling liquidity. Bro, there's 12 million in Atropa Pt I liquidity, bro. There's an exploit. First of all, there's 560 million to be minted right now.
He didn't pull liquidity.
What?
He didn't pull liquidity. He started dumping Atropa.
He pulled his liquidity and started dumping Atropa into pDAI, dumping pDAI into Ethereum and bridging out the Ethereum, right?
Do you trust Maria?
No, he's a fucking
weirdo. Do I think he's RH's friend? Yeah, I believe he is, bro. I believe it's coordinated, bro.
So but you didn't answer the question. Of course, he's a weirdo. Everybody knows that.
Yo, just to give an analogy to that. Wait,
do you
just
trust
to give an analogy?
Maria?
That's why I didn't like this guy. This guy here, Coexistent Steve, because of his bullshit with Maria and Antropa. But he started talking about
that's the thing. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. You're being counteractive with your money when you say you don't trust Maria, but you're like all about this pDAI peg. Because if you don't trust Maria, the only
thing Maria has to do with pDAI is making liquidity webs with pDAI. That's it, bro. He has nothing to do with pDAI.
Which he did.
Has nothing to do with pDAI. Nobody has anything to do with pDAI. It's who controls the supply, controls the admin keys, bro. And they're diluting the supply. They're inflating the supply to dilute the share, to give the wallets that RH is dumping the pDAI, and automatically right away they're coming back up and scooping it up. Come on, how much money has been pumped into Most? How much money has been pumped into fucking Pump, and the price is not moving because it's an extraction, not an extraction of funds, but an extraction to build the pDAI and the other wallets to take it to auction to get more P maker to send the admin keys to those wallets. That's exactly what's happening, bro. It's a transfer of ownership, but not ownership in the way of ownership, but to dilute the existing holder by inflating the supply to the new wallets to take control. That makes it a 100% centralized stablecoin.
What we speculated on, you should have your bag. You should have your bag. Here's the next thing.
It's all on the blockchain.
We're all speculating at the end of the day.
No, man.
We ain't got no answers. Out there, we can say we ain't got no full answers at all.
Arvin said there's an exploit. The chain told me differently from the first minute, bro. From the first minute. The chain spoke different to his words, bro. And everybody took his questions.
If it were me, if I were exploiting, I'm letting you know, I would 100% wait and watch y'all bullish this up, push the price up so I can get more. That's just common sense. So like when I hear that, I'm just like, yeah, okay. Like these cats are still believing shit after he even said that. Like if I was on the other side of that computer, I'd be like, let's let them go for a little bit. And then get quiet, and then people will get excited about it. And then,
but you wouldn't start when it's 80% down from the all-time high, though. Like we've had so much chances when we were at 1 cent in 2024, and
that
3
depends
cents
on when he found it. I mean, did he like that? All depends. We don't know.
I feel like the exploit isn't that like
that's speculation there.
I feel like the exploit isn't that complicated, by the way.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you guys.
Well, if it wasn't,
let me ask you guys a question. Please.
Nobody else can do it.
Very important.
Let's relax, boys. Let's
guys,
relax.
Very important. Very important. Please. The most important thing. 19 months ago, 15 billion pDAI was minted. Right? We all know that, right? It inflated the supply. RH knew that. Everybody knew that. That's an exploit. RH knew the supply was inflated. Everybody knew the supply was inflated.
On that?
pDAI hits 3.3 cents. There's 15 billion pDAI exploited, but none are dumped. None are dumped. That's an exploit. How much is that worth, bro? 15 billion pDAI at 3 cents, bro.
To be honest,
and the trigger wasn't pulled on that sell, bro. The trigger wasn't pulled on that sell. Why?
How much money would he make out of that? In reality, in one sale, like I mean, like people would flee like no other. So there's two arguments to that, because yes, I always thought like, okay, why now? Why at the highs? Well, at the highs, a lot of people were up in profit, so they're just gonna fucking set bounce. Now people are down on their profits. People are also down on their initials, but even though I do it now, it's not going to be the same. So think about the logic behind, if it was at 3 cents and you saw that 50 million start dumping and there was an exploit, what would you do? Let's be for real. Would you take profits at 3 cents? All four of us here at 3 cents and pretty much sell majority of your bag at 3 cents if you heard this information coming out on the exploit?
No.
Hell nah, bro. I can't believe that.
We sacrifice for freedom of speech. Blockchain is speech, bro. Blockchain is speech, bro.
What about y'all? You guys is just gonna hold from 3 cents if you saw an exploit?
Bro.
I mean, listen, that's a good question. I took profits either ways, but that's a good question, man.
So this guy is smart. First of all, I don't think it's the Vietnamese guy that we see in the picture.
Yeah.
It's no. And I don't even know if I believe the video of the actual exploit.
Yeah, that's RH making that video,
personally,
bro.
I don't even know, because where it came from, I just do not trust storytelling. There's nothing. I've got history with him. I've watched him. I've seen him. That's the last person I would take that information from. Now, if it came from Richard Hart's page, it was only Richard Hart's page, it would be more believable. Now that it just came from Storyteller's page, absolutely not. Don't believe any of that. However, this guy, I do believe, is smart, and this guy is also watching everything that's going on, including this street. So all the ideas that you present that he hears, he's listening to the market. What you guys say, if there's more people of what you guys are saying, believing in what your guys are saying, he can finally make a plan based off of the market. If a bunch of people are saying, oh, Richard Hart's dumping, blah, 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 he's asking questions, he can go in the blockchain and answer things and make you guys think he's saying one thing. This guy's very smart, and he's actually in control, believe it or not. Even I think Richard Hart is more in control because we don't know what kind of money will come in that could end this thing. But he's also in control in a way because he's listening from the background, hearing what everyone's saying, and can easily make steps doing that way. So to be so fully on one side and not on the other side, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. I'll just put it that way. But I can't be like when you're so bullish on one side, so bullish on the other side. Listen, somebody's being played at the end of the day. Someone's going to be right. Somebody's going to be wrong. Bags are going to be wrecked. Bags are going to be made at the end of the day. Do not be on the wrong side of history, and there are ways to do that. Because if you're on the wrong side of history, man, your bull market is over. And I'm telling you, it sucks. And that is whether you're on one side that it's not Richard Hart and blah blah blah. Because if it is not Richard Hart, and if it's not Richard Hart, and it's over, like a lot of people are going to get hurt from it.
Can you guys remind me, once we inflated the 13 billion or 15 billion in 2023, did Richard Hart tweet about the inflationary nature of pDAI?
I don't, not to my knowledge.
No, any of that stuff. I'll put it on that. Any of that stuff that he said about "I told you so" and blah blah blah. This is what. Yeah, nah, that's kind of that's not good. I don't think that was a good representation of like that's like me shilling pDAI and then stop shilling pDAI and me saying, "See, I told you shouldn't have messed with." Like, I just don't agree. I don't agree with that. But like that still defeats the purpose. That still doesn't defeat the purpose of.
Guys, hey, listen. If there was an exploit, right? If there was an exploit, RH would come out straight up and say, "There is a fucking exploit!" Exclamation mark. Stop buying pDAI! Exclamation mark. This is a game, bro. He set up these questions.
You gotta realize. As a founder, you also saw Brett come in and say, read between the lines.
Read between the lines. Questions, not statements, questions. And then to post those same questions again.
No. Let's go to Brett's Twitter and Brett is being more blunt.
I gotta get a drink. Hold on.
You have a team of people. And only one person has to say a certain way to not have the freaking SEC on it. The other can be like more blunt with what's going on.
Just to give a reference to one of Brett's tweets, when he said nice looking assets he got there, he was captioning someone who mentioned, I just think I'm missing pDAI and pWTC, and then it would be perfect.
I don't think Brett is even.
You talking about Brett?
Yeah.
Brett, yeah.
Okay. Pre that stuff. I don't think he is. I think at that point he's just engaging in the community to keep trading, keep being positive, keep doing because he said stuff like that where like, hey, I'm not going to downside anything, but I'm not going to promote everything. Keep it going. Like I don't think he's even paying attention to what we're speculating on.
Nah.
Devs don't have time for that, especially if they're truly working on updates. I hope he's working on updates, and I hope.
And if it's not, it's pDAI
and stuff like that. Like even if it is pDAI, like I hope he's working on it. But I would more believe that he's working on the blockchain. He's working on backdoor stuff. He's working on backdoor stuff. I mean, just improvements of pulsechain. There's privacy stuff popping up. There's talks of wallet coins, rumors of wallet coins, rumors of this. Anything that Ethereum's doing with their upgrades, they need to combat that to make sure they're doing. The last thing I think they're doing is what is B Roots in 99 Capital talking about on Twitter with this pDAI? Like, I do not. So
Did you guys notice?
I don't think they
Did you guys notice the PWBTC supply that he showed yesterday and how he highlighted the first 127 to show you that PWBTC has inflated? How could it inflate? That's why, did you notice that he highlighted the supply, the first three numbers of the supply? It's because that PWBTC is coming out of collateral from PMaker. Did you guys
Can I
hear
ask
that?
you, sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry.
So he showed the contract with the supply yesterday with the first 127 of the supply highlighted to show everybody, hey guys, the supply has inflated. So now people are going to think, uh-oh, there's a minting bug. PWBTC has inflated, but it hasn't. Those are the coins that are being reminted coming out of PMaker from the collateral vaults. That's why the PWBTC supply is up. Have you guys noticed that? Did you notice in that where he posted yesterday?
No, I have not.
So he's showing normal behavior. Basically, number go up in the supply doesn't necessarily mean exploits.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's not an exploit.
Yeah.
He may want you to think that it's an exploit, but it's collateral coming out of PMaker.
Here's Brett's app, March 20th. For the unintelligent, I don't usually directly mention other tokens. It's not my job to do research into tokens for you. I'm a developer, not a researcher or trader. Do you ask Vitalik Buterin or developers to comment on tokens? So that's everyone basically trying to get him to talk about it.
Do you know what's my interpretation?
In short, he can't. He'd be stupid to do that.
Do you know what's my interpretation? Is him basically saying, let us do our work.
What about this? Truth is, it doesn't matter what anyone says about a protocol. People always read into the message and try to twist its meaning in every way possible.
This is
exactly. You're going to take it for the questions that they are. You're going to take it for the questions that they are.
Yeah, see, like you can twist this in whatever way you want. That's the crazy thing about it. When you don't have the answers, when you don't have the answers, you can twist it any way you want.
That's what makes it so thrilling. Cash Money. Can I ask you, Cash Money? What's your opinion on this comment on the screen from Royson? So I know Royson here has been doing a ton of work with. I believe he's been doing a lot of works with devs and trying to figure out how the protocol is working. And he's basically saying that our findings are basically show whoever is in control is going to control the auctions. So that these 5996 wallets. So the PMaker auctions will not be available for community members to bid on. That's what they're showing.
Brother, okay? The deployer wallet has majority control of PMaker. He can whitelist who can auction, who can go into the auctions. That's why.
What happens if he ends pDAI that way?
That is a possibility.
Brother,
that will be the ultimate answer. Yeah.
He's telling you. What if he's telling you? What if he's telling you and warning you?
Everything is going to be tens of thousands of X's.
I got a
tens
scenario.
of thousands of X's from the SAC money.
Yes.
No.
Yes. What if I'm telling you? What if I'm telling you?
Deploying the $15 billion that he's going to create for himself to turn on the money printer. Listen, bro. Once he pegs it and pumps, he can mint trillions of dollars. We are literally going to shut Ethereum out of existence, bro. We are going to pull liquidity off of every fucking chain, and we are going to break crypto. He's going to leave Ethereum ceasing to exist, bro, because we are going to have so much money, because when he turns that printer on, it's not going to stop. He 10x's the collateral to 360 billion. He 10x's it to 3.6 trillion. And he mints and he mints and he mints. And every dollar is backed 1-for-1 by crypto assets, bro. And then we bridge out and we raid all the money and we break crypto. And the only chain standing is fucking pulse chain and RH is truly king. And then I buy you a house next to me in Hexaco, bro. Right?
All right. Great scenario.
I'll live in the
Great
shed.
scenario. I love
Bro.
your scenario. Trust me, I love your
That's the
scenario.
only way we do.
However,
Okay, let's see a Moon King's perspective.
However, I'm gonna give you another side. What if he truly is warning you to stop buying pDAI?
we would have exclamation marks. Not
Hang
question
on.
marks.
Hold
Let
on.
Moon
We
King
would have
Because you got
exclamation
games.
marks.
You smashed it with billions of percentage for those who participated on the chain. Congratulations. Now there is an exploiter of something.
And he didn't sell the 15 billion.
Hold on. I
Yeah,
have the
that's it.
ability to end this. And I'm warning you, stop buying pDAI. And he takes over. And because he doesn't like the exploiter taking $1 out, because he said, I'm fine with it when there are people who took the chance and they bought it on themselves and they get the gains. But I'm not fine with it when this guy comes out and is taking money without the way I wanted to, or not in a fair way. Stop buying pDAI right now, because when this auction happens, I can win, and when I win, I end it all. And
But then you're implying
and you should have taken your games. And you should have taken your games. And I said, stop buying pDAI. Read in between the lines.
No, that's a good question. Or do you know what else he can do with the flop auctions? He can literally vote to change the debt ceiling to be 0. So physically, no more minting, even from
It'd
the
be
VAT.
just a meme coin at that point.
he can
But then it can go to
do that now.
I
Through
mean,
the deployer
the-
body, he has control. He has control.
The problem is if he does that,
It's glory if he does that. It's never been done before.
If he does that, your whole narrative goes to 0 too, correct?
There's
If
no
he does
decentralized blockchain.
The
No,
ESM?
if there's no minting, like what would be the yeah, I mean that would be fine. With the exception of that guy has a ton of pDAI still.
Who, the 5996?
Yeah, this is exploiter.
Well, he sells it immediately as he receives it.
He can also
Which is,
buy
I
it
think
back.
it's better than him holding it, if you think about it.
Even if he buys it back, that would still be free money of stealing, and that's still not cool. Under Richard Hart's, under
If
Richard
he's
Hart.
got 15 billion, why is he
Richard Hart is
going
not
to the
going to
trouble of
enrich.
minting more?
Richard Hart is not going to enrich people that deserves not to be enriched. So if he's
I agree.
that's it. I don't care. Like, you got that money for free, you're not going to get any more for free. So boom, it's over for you. That's my mindset of what Richard Hart would say.
Yeah, my thought process is that the 5996 is benevolent, not malevolent. So it literally comes down to that.
Yes. Yes. 100%, bro.
Someone mentioned in the chat that 5996 was actually active in the early days of pulsechain, and I think even before pulsechain even launched. So I feel like, again, the fact that this exploit, it did not take 2 years.
I mean, did they know it would get this big? That's the next question.
Maybe they planned it to get this big because
maybe it's possible, but like, look where we're at now. Like, who had any idea? I mean, of course we speculated on it, but like, no one believed it would go to a penny. I got so much crap for saying it's going. I got so much crap for saying it's going to go to a penny, man.
You know how much people my wife has, bro, from day one?
Like, I believed in it because I believed in the Richard Hart narrative. But as soon as he cut that off, I was like, that just kills it all. For me, it kills it all. Because it's like,
it took us like 500 days to break all-time high and finally reach 1 penny, and then it literally took us like 3 days to reach 3 cents, which is crazy.
Well, once the doubles start going, it gets easier. It's not too crazy, because then you have people aping more. Like, when you got more liquidity and you got the price, to go from 1 cent to 2 cent is more believable than 3 zeros and this to get to that. Mine as a mind fuck type of scenario, people will rather ape in at 1 cent and 2 cents than those lower prices because it just looks so much easier. 1 and 2 cents is double your money. So they'll start aping in bigger, and when 2 cents, they can take half their money out, and it's just that easy. But in reality, it's the exact same thing.
I sounded crazy when I started
It's
making
actually
videos.
easier to do it. When we got in for a double to happen, our doubles are a lot crazier than the person that gets in at a penny. But to them, it looks easier because it's 1 cent, 2 cent, 4 cent. It's just
The
doubles
psychological
are
number.
psychologically easier, but it really isn't.
Yeah.
So, man, I'm gonna tell y'all this. It's gonna get interesting. I know a lot of people are pissed off at me for what it is. I get it. But listen, I think I have to go with history, and I'm gonna go, and I love my history, especially when it comes to crypto. To me, once Richard Hart nipped it on the butt, whether it was through a question or it was legit, the odds, in my opinion, go shift way to the side. Now, does that
Go
mean?
up for me.
Does
Odds go
that
up for me,
mean?
bro.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, when I made the announcement, I'm done shilling for whatever reason. I also said to all the maxis ever on the other side, you guys do not get the DGen community. I'm letting you know now, and I said this in real time. Even though RH said that, I'm letting you know now, it ain't over because these guys are not going to let it go. I think what people don't realize when because I know now a lot of people are watching probably right now. It probably moved up like a lot, so people are probably watching big time. But I think what people are realizing is someone's going to be right and someone's going to be wrong. And at the end, like I said, I hope you have all your guys, you have time now. There's nothing but time. And I say you got maybe, 3 days, 4 days? And when's the auction's going to be?
Roughly,
31st?
it fluctuates.
Ready to learn how we can
It could be a few days.
So,
demo today.
Use tags, explore
Is
tools.
that the Vietnamese? Is it?
Dong, is that you? No, just like-
No, that was FSP Domino. Oh,
yeah, man. So you have a chance to make your portfolio what you want to make it. Most times in crypto, you have no time. You just don't have no time. It happens, it crashes, it's over. You got to make a quick decision. You have time to make your choice. Whatever choice you make, you're going to have to live with it. So if you 100% all in with pDAI, like, hey, bro, that's all
No
you,
one should do
man.
it.
Because if you
No
Guys,
one should do
don't
that.
work out in your favor.
$20,000, $20,000 is either going to go to zero or it's going to give you $10 million, man.
Exactly.
You follow
Risk to rewards ratio.
follow our blockchain, just like Richard Hart always tells us, bro. And when he directs you specifically somewhere and makes a statement answering the questions, there's a reason why he posted the questions for a second time. There's a reason why he did that. And there's a reason why he put a link in there and told everybody to go live and watch live. Was there an exploit? When he posted that and told everybody to watch live, was there an exploit? I didn't see an exploit. I
do see money bringing the chain down. So yes, that is a consideration.
No. We have low liquidity and small cells bring the chain down a lot faster than when we have thick liquidity.
pDAI
We
is
now have
everything. pDAI is
Pardon me?
everything. pDAI is a solid X heavily. pDAI was, luckily pDAI, they didn't put too much pDAI in it, so it's not affecting it as much. It really isn't affecting it at all anymore. But PTGC, pDAI, all the top coins, pDAI is heavily in it. So in a way, it's affecting coins. It's affecting value elsewhere. it's affecting. You are exploiting value out of other coins in a
On
way.
the way down.
You're just not
But
seeing it.
on the way up, it gives everything from this point to the top when he pegs it.
100%.
It instantly gives the whole chain a 2000x. That's just the start. A 2000x, bro. Double the bid side of the liquidity, you 4x the price. Okay? As soon as MakerDAO reads pDAI at 1, all LP pools recalculate, and all bid sides of those LP pools 500x, which 2000x is the price instantly. Instantly.
So
You don't have
do you see why if it goes to 0, why other people are upset?
Most definitely. And if that was the case, we would see RH posting a fucking serious statement, not playing games, not putting you around the little track.
For cash money.
Like he has, like he came out, and if he kept it quiet and didn't say anything, like you have a point. But like he did come out and say what he needed to say.
He didn't say nothing, bro. He asked questions, man. That's the only thing he did. He did not say nothing. Until you can understand that, a billionaire is not going to misplace question marks for exclamation marks.
I don't know if you guys were part of it, but during that,
for you to go watch the speech.
During the Spaces call, the same time, same day, call it luck, call it coincidence, call it what you
Prayer
want.
answered.
But I came out and stopped the prayer and said, listen, Richard Hart, if you're listening, this is what needs to be done. If this is true, to put all this shit to the end. If you are not behind this, it's time for you to come out, and this is all recorded space, and have the balls to just freaking tell people what they need to hear, because it's speculative and they just need to come out and say it.
He's already said it.
Hours later, that tweet came out. I'm not saying he listens to me. I'm not saying he watches over me, but a week before, I also said, Richard, get with the program. No one gives a fuck about Hex. We want meme coins. We need meme coins. Do you not see what's going on in Solana? That's what made the price go up. 1 week later, Pump.Tires comes out. And the chain has a big, massive spark. So I've asked some very important questions that is very huge to this ecosystem. And they were answered, and the community has been shaken in some type of way with those answers. So say it how you want to say it, but those are the facts. When that question came out that you guys are all speculating on, the reason why that answer came out, if you want to be all secretive and cryptic and all that, these are facts that you can look up on, like in those Spaces calls when I came out and spoke. Hours later, the answer came. I am not. Stop buying pDAI. I don't know what else I have to say. Like literally, as if he's answering with the call out that I said, as if he was listening to the Spaces calls. Now, every time there is a prayer, he starts coming out, changing the wallet, and selling down pDAI as they're saying, "Please end pDAI." Now, what about that? What about that message?
I gotta say one thing, bro. You gotta say one thing. Nope.
Ready for this? Apparently, I don't know the facts behind this because I'm not technical how to verify this, but apparently there are wallets that lead back to Ethereum that says Randy sandwiched me. Did Randy, who created Nope?
Randy.
Yeah, Randy Hilarski.
Yep. And nope.
Wait. Go back in your data. I believe there's somewhere on Ethereum, and I don't know because I heard this in the background while doing stuff. So apparently one of the ENS names is Randy sandwiched me. And the fact that you're talking about Nope, if Randy created that, maybe they're part of it. Maybe they're the ones they're not like. maybe like there's just something that's completely different that you guys might not be seeing that might not be good. And Richard Hart sees this stuff. It's literally, there could be battles, there could be fights. There could be shit going on with Ethereum on the back scenes with Ethereum, the pulsechain, that we don't even know about. We're actually on the wrong side of history. How come Vitalik is all of a sudden not about all about Maker anymore?
He's where I am.
Ethereum, though.
Thailand, bro. Thailand makes you
Why
forget
isn't
things.
he all about it anymore? You ever think because maybe Richard could do stuff that you guys are thinking about? Or maybe they're on the here plotting against us.
Hey, have you ever thought about this?
What's
Listen
truly
to this,
going
dude.
on right now? And that's why
Listen
Richard
to
Hart
this,
might be
dude.
saying, stop, but like he could be just warning, like, guys,
Brother,
listen.
listen to this, okay? You notice when RH bought the top of ETH at 3,700 and posted about it to Vitalik and Ethereum bros? I personally think that Vitalik is out for RH and purposely, after that point, suppressed the price, and Ethereum Foundation kept dumping and dumping and dumping, so
I
RH
agree.
cannot win. So
I
RH
agree.
can't win. So RH is like, you know what? Fuck Ethereum. We're going to break Ethereum. We're going to shut Ethereum down and take all their liquidity. I'm going to peg pDAI. Let me get the process going. Let me transfer control to all these other wallets without anybody knowing. It will be decentralized and we will crush the chain.
I've always, here's the thing. I've always said that. And that was always my speculation until Richard Hart said, I am not behind it. That's because all that stuff for me goes out the window. It becomes 1,000%
There's a difference from being behind it and using it and controlling it through ownership of Maker tokens. He has nothing to do with it. Nobody has anything.
Of course, you haven't. You didn't create. You're not the founder of pDAI. He's not the founder of Maker. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying everything that's going on that he's behind it. The OA is behind it. Now, here's
not Richard
devil's
Hart.
advocate to my talking or to my statement. He always says he's not the OA, so maybe he's speaking in terms of it's not me, it's the OA.
He can't
That's
say
very possible also. So like it isn't Richard Hart, it's the OA. Richard Hart claims that he's not the OA. I don't know. So yes, a very valid speculation. However, if he is correct and he's warning you to stop buying, just make sure your speculation, you can, first of all, make sure you can shield what you can shield in your jurisdiction, and it's all cool. And if you can't, because what you're doing is you're putting yourself on the line, which I don't think that's.
Well, they can throw me in prison, bro. It's all good, bro. No worries about that.
So you out and I don't think he'll do anything to you out there. You're good as
I
ever.
don't really care if you do, bro. The difference, I still eat the same, dog. But
So either way, I'm not fully convinced. I just know that, like, I know the question mark and the explanation mark, because when we were on the space, the next thing I said is he had to put a question mark on there. They're not going to stop.
Well,
I
you
just want
also
to
have
say
to be
to your
careful.
point. I was going to say to your point, because obviously you'll never be 100% convinced. I can never be 100% convinced. If I want to wait until then, it'll literally be too late, where it's either already at $1 or literally at zero, thinking that 5996 minted till oblivion. My question is, we can only go about odds, and you mentioned that it could be either or. I do have a question for you. Do you have a moon bag in pDAI?
I will not talk about that.
definitely. Of course he does, bro. What kind of question is that? You already know he does.
Blink once if the answer is yes.
Come on, bro. You know what? It's going to be the ultimate April Fool's joke, bro. It's going to be the ultimate April Fool's joke.
It's going to be a very, very, very interesting week. Congratulations we just broke the internet on a speculation.
We're about to break the
Now,
entire
I think
crypto
at
industry,
this
bro.
point, now, right here, I truly think we are getting to the danger zone. Though. And by danger zone, people are choosing sides a little too much and not being smart. So when I say not being smart, it's going to go one way or the other. Like even Somni, like death threats. He's getting death threats.
Listen, not being
At the end of the
smart
day,
would be
at the end of the day, you make your own decision.
for statements.
At the end of the day, you make your own decision. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, no doubt in my mind, after this week, there is going to be so many eyes on pulsechain, whether it's for the negative or whether it's for the positive.
Yep, definitely.
So outside of that, it's going to be talked about. And congratulations on that. That's it. On that part, congratulations on that. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the degens is who brought that attention. And I always said that since day one. It ain't going to be the Hexicans to do it. It ain't going to be the Maxicans to do it. Like I thought Richard Hart could do it, but then once the SEC sound came out, I was like, it ain't going to be him. The degens did it. Point blank, 0.0. So if anyone's crying that hey, they're ruining our chain, this and that, no. Like anyone that's came up is from this ecosystem. Now, Maria, I just wish Maria get his head on straight because he made the whole thing even crazier. Whether he's part of it or not, that's a whole.
He's gonna lay off the psychedelics, bro. He's gonna lay off the psychedelics.
Just one thing about Maria, right?
He's over there in Amsterdam getting all fucked up.
Possibly. I think Maria is like the Kanye West of pulsechain. Everyone calls him a schizo, but no one says that he's wrong.
I mean, he's wrong.
That he minted 5 billion pDAI at an export, right?
He reacted. He reacted.
He claims that he exploited 5 billion pDAI at the start.
Here's one thing I told my friend. I told a friend on the phone when that was happening. I was like, bro, at this time, I'm not doing anything because I don't have any answers. I even told my subscribers, do not sell red candles because we ain't got no answers and everyone's just reacting emotionally. And what happened? We're right back. Like it went back. Now Teddy Bear has not went back to where it went, but pDAI did. And the only reason is because too many people are just pDAI. It just became pDAI, not pDAI, not pDAI. Like that's just what it became. So at the end of the day, when I look at Maria at this point right now, if he's watching, I would say this to his face, like easily. Yes, he's done some wrong things. He's took some mints and he's dumped them down to 0, basically. Like that's wrong. Like you just can't do that, man. So stuff like that, you can't do that. So there is wrong in his doings. At the same time, we also knew what was going on when we found out about it. So, like, we know what Maria does and what he is. So, if you decide to participate in it and you're all about it, hey, to my knowledge, Teddy Bear does not have any functions itself, the coin itself. So, Teddy Bear is good. But then you got other things attached to Teddy Bear where you gotta trust Maria, and then like it's attached to pDAI, and then it becomes like she's killing me. So when he does with his schizo stuff, it just kills the
whole web.
It
kills the whole web.
It kills the trust, it kills the confidence, and your confidence level is just slowly going down. So you got to somehow build that confidence level back up, which that's the problem with Maria. He'll take your confidence level all the way down, and then he'll bring it full speed back over here and take your confidence back up. And then it's like, well, who do you believe? It's like, just
It's a
know
believer's only cycle, man.
just know that's what's going on when it comes to
Believer's only cycle.
like you gotta, like you said, you gotta believe in something. Just make sure whatever happens, you still win. And Steve, you know my saying.
I
Be
do.
a genius if you are right. Be a genius if you're wrong.
It's a good. Yeah, I need to put it much more in practice. It's only just clicked on me where it's like, oh shit, there's a lot more that I should have done to be a genius up until this point. Put it that way. Cash money. I just got a quick question about Maria because, like you, that's one of the things you said that you hated about this channel. What is it about Maria that you don't like in Atropa?
I just hate the whole liquidity web that this guy's created, and then I hate that he started dumping, bro. You know, I don't like the guy. I don't like the way he moves, the way he talks. He's a fucking drug addict weirdo, bro. You know what I mean? And that's just the way I see it. You know what I mean? And I seen you supporting and mint this and mint that, and it's just like, I like you. I like what you're talking about. But at first, I just wasn't feeling it, bro. I think Maria is with RH, bro. I think it's coordinated, bro. It happened right when Tornado Cash got taken off the sanction list. Maria right away. Next day, RH.
It's definitely a fake meltdown.
Definitely.
He literally,
I don't like
call Somi.
Yeah,
Like, come on, man.
I don't like the fact that he went on stream doing all that because it's actually not even. It's like the most illegal thing you can possibly do. So like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you can't do that kind of stuff, man. You can't. Like, so just like, you can't do that stuff. So you gotta be smart on how you do the things like that. So it's tough because it's like you want to do so well on behalf of other people, even if he wants to do so well on behalf of other people. You can't. There's things you can do, there's things you can't do, and to me, that's one of them. So it's been a crazy 2 weeks? It's going on week 2. Most, and no pun intended, people, because I know everyone's going to say he said most. Most people. How do I want to say this? Listen, just it's going to get crazy. Most capitulations last anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks. Usually it's 2 weeks. And the third week is usually like the fake out recovery week, that's the massive recovery. In my opinion, this is the final boss.
This is the what? The
final
boss. Like, this is it. This is the capitulation. There are people capitulating on both sides. This is it. You don't have the answer during capitulations. You don't. When Bitcoin flash crashed from $15,000 to $3,200, you had no idea what was going on. You couldn't swap out. You couldn't log into Coinbase. You couldn't do anything. You had to sit there and watch no answer what your profile was going to do.
Hang on a second. Just that massive feedback here. Maybe.
I think that's from.
Who's got that? Oh yeah. I just had to mute you for a sec. The Cash Money. Well, I'll unmute you when we talk. Maybe.
Oh, that's probably what it's going because you're getting feedback from the.
Yeah. I don't know, boys. I feel like we're getting to the point now where we're going round in circles because we're kind of. It's coming down to different kinds of beliefs. Some people can interpret it this way. Some people can interpret it that way. And again, the split is like smack bang down the middle. So just pick a side and go with it. So I think what I'd like to do now is just kind of wrap this up. It's been extremely entertaining, but my eyes are starting to fall out of my head. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to go around one at a time and then just get everyone to kind of round up their summary. So we'll start with you, Khalid, because you're on the top, and then we'll go to Cash Money and then Moon King at the end.
100%. Yeah, I'll just end by saying, always segment your risks. Never ever expose yourself to one project or go all in or sell a main bag to jump into other, because you're going to reset your risk variable. So in general, like for example, I believe in the core 7, Pulse, PulseX, Hex, INC, eHex, pDAI, and PWC. If one of them fails, that's fine. That's the crypto game. But all it takes is one of them to win so that I can make that generational wealth. Again, the risk to reward ratio makes sense for me to not capitulate on any of my holdings. So keep that. As long as you have a risk to reward ratio that's greater than 1, you should be fine. I believe in something, be part of a cult. You can't spell culture without cult.
Has anything here, like anything changed your mind out of this discussion, or you're still fixed on your position and you got your convictions and you're sticking with
Absolutely nothing has changed. Matter of fact, what needs to change is I'm going to follow Cash Money. I already
Cash
followed
Money, you Cash Money, you've gone to like God mode status.
100%. Top G.
Go ahead, Cash Money. If there's anything, hang on a second. I'll just mute you for a second. 1 sec. So just basically just kind of any points that you feel like you didn't get to make or express your position, because we're getting a lot of feedback. So yeah, I'll unmute you now and go ahead.
All right, I'm going to make it real clear. Richard Hart, he talks about freedom of speech and speech through blockchain. All right. I think, all right, that we're going to see pDAI peg very shortly. Something is going on, right? Obviously, something's going on. I would say always keep your money 98% in cores. You got to have your moon bags roll, and you got to follow what's going on the blockchain. Don't follow what's going on Twitter. Follow what's going on the blockchain. Follow where RH is leading you and what he's showing you. Take questions as questions and take statements as statements, but don't get questions mixed up with statements and statements mixed up with questions, because that's where people's mind gets a little twisted. It's a question because it's a question, and that's the only reason why. So I would say you can't go wrong. Even if you're a broke person, bro, get yourself at least 1 million pDAI, bro. And you're not taking any risks. Follow the blockchain, follow the speech, and just understand what's going on. Understand how PMaker works. Understand PMaker does not have admin keys. That PMaker is governed by PMaker token. PMaker token is the admin key, and that's just it. Steve, I like your show, man. I really like you, bro. And Moon King over here, like you, bro. Khalid, like you guys, man. And
you have me blocked on Twitter. I just realized.
Pardon?
You have me blocked on Twitter. I just realized.
Yeah, I think you were shilling some other crap that I don't like, bro. I normally just fuck with cores, bro. You know what I mean? I don't like other things. I'll unblock you, Khalid. I'll unblock you, buddy. You guys are good people, man. We're all gonna win, regardless, man. You know what I mean? We're gonna win. Just, I would suggest, bro, one more suggestion for PLSX. I would get 100 million PLSX. Go over to Matty Allen's Time Pays Me and lock it up for 20 years, bro, with no drip. And in 20 years, you're going to be just like Moon King over there, bro.
I have a question for you, because you're very core token like. So what made you so believing this? Like, what's the crossover? That's not
okay. First of all, I'm not a pDAI maxi, bro. I bought 5 million pDAI at $40. I could care less what it does. But when all this started going on, and RH started with these questions and talking about an exploit, I went on chain and I'm watching everything, bro. And what I see is happening, bro, is a wash of the admin keys, aka the PMaker token. A centralized, it would be a centralized if RH controlled it. It would be centralized if you knew that the OA was sending PMaker tokens to other wallets, and we would know he has control. The only way for him to show he doesn't have control and to distance himself is to do what he did. But if you look on chain, every time the OA dumps, pDAI just gets bought back up. The community is not dumping millions of dollars into pDAI. The millions of dollars that were minted from pDAI to put to that ceiling to get PMaker at auction is the only way to trigger it. So Tornado Cash has a big part of it, bro. He rinsed that money, brought it in through other wallets, and those wallets are buying the pDAI the OA is dumping, and he's essentially transferring control, diluting his supply by inflating the PMaker token to give all those wallets control and governance of PMaker. Whether he owns those wallets or he doesn't, no one can ever say 100% he does, right? Because 200 wallets are buying it up, bro, right? And those wallets are going to use it on auction for the inflation of PMaker. You're not going to see PMaker dump because they're not going into auction to extract money and to dump the PMaker. They're going in to get the admin keys, bro. And that's just it. So when I see that and I see him speaking on chain, when I see him post to go look at the transactions live, and when I see money not being extracted, and I see a message come over there, you gotta understand what Richard Hart's about, bro. Freedom of speech, speech through blockchain. He's spoken about that time after time after time. He's spoken about DAI, how DAI doesn't have admin keys. Reason why he kept 600 million DAI in it, because it doesn't have admin keys. He stressed the fact how USDT, USDC does have admin keys, right? And if RH is going to be the top DAI holder on Ethereum, PMaker is good, bro. PMaker is good. There's no problem with PMaker. It has deficit, and it's about to clear the books, bro. It's about to put it back in no debt. He's getting prepared, man. He's preparing for something. And if he wasn't, and it was a real exploit, he wouldn't be saying, hey, is this guy minting pDAI for free and dumping on the community? Question mark. Does this guy have a magic key? Question mark. Fuck, bro. My fucking 3-year-old kids will know there ain't no fucking magic key, bro. Just like everybody else. That's the question. Post the question again. He gave you the answer right on chain. He led you there. Look at the on-chain transactions.
I got one last question.
Yep.
What if he's telling you not to buy it? And let's say everything that you say is true. And he makes it to the point where only he can spend the DAI.
Only he can what?
Spend the DAI.
That's perfect, bro.
Oh,
that's perfect.
But
that's perfect. Listen,
you wouldn't get paid out when you think you should get paid out.
Listen, do you understand when pDAI pegs without any buys or anything, the chain automatically does a 2000x.
Yeah.
Then he deploys that 15 billion. Then his collateral level allows him to mint trillions.
But that doesn't benefit you buying.
You know what RH will say to the Ethereum Foundation? He's gonna go like this. See you later, guys. That's what he's gonna do, bro. He's in it for glory. He's not in it just to do a little bit. He wants tens of thousands of X's, bro. That is not gonna happen with the SAC funds. The SAC funds are there. The SAC funds mean nothing. 15 billion of a pegged pDAI means a lot more than the SAC funds, bro.
So I got a question for Gold. He says, D-Rich is scared to be wrong because he will be mean forever.
What?
Be a genius if you're right. Be a genius if you're wrong. That's the answer to that question.
Brother, my IQ is 142. They tested me in prison. They said, wow, how do you run the whole prison, bro?
Cash Money, you're a fucking G. Where did you come from, bro?
He's a G.
Everybody loves
I came
you.
from the penitentiary for 11 years, bro. I had millions and millions and millions of dollars buried in the ground, and I just love crypto, bro. And I love RH, and I believe in everything he stands for, and I follow what he says, and I follow what he stands for, bro. And blockchain is speech And whether you guys can see it or not, he spoke to us directly, bro. He spoke to us directly last night or this morning, whatever time zone you're in. You know what I mean?
I love it, man. It's been a pleasure to meet you. Really, really. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me on the show, man. And I'm glad I got to like spit out what I had to say, man, because it's really important. Really
Thanks,
is.
I appreciate
And
it.
we're gonna see. All right, guys.
Love it.
Awesome.
Later,
Moon
show,
King,
Kings. No, I'm just
do you
playing.
want to finish up on anything, Moon King?
Yeah, man. I'm still getting feedback too. You hear me? Okay. So, listen, peeps. The reason everyone who doesn't know why, let me read why what I am doing, what I'm doing, because I want to get that out there to the world officially. In the United States, knowingly promoting a scam you didn't create, often referred as to shilling, can still expose you to legal liability under various federal and state laws. Federal and state laws. Even if you weren't the mastermind behind the scheme, the key factor is intent. If you knowingly and intentionally promote something understood to be fraudulent, you could be held accountable for aiding or facilitating a scam, which is absolutely retarded. But however, that's what happens. Here's a breakdown of the relevant legal principles. Under federal law, one of the most applicable statutes is 18 USC 1343, which is wire fraud. This law prohibits using interstate electronic communications like emails, social media, or phone calls to further a scheme to defraud someone. So where I'm at, it is highly looked down upon. So once that has come out, I'm like, I'm out. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I now know there's a potential, once again, a potential to people say it's either going to zero or it's going to $1. If it goes to $1, you win. If it goes to a zero, you lose. But guess what? For me, if it goes to zero, you don't just lose. People are coming after you because it's your fault. That's what happens in this space. Look at Richard Hart. He's in an SEC case. It's your fault, Richard Hart, that the hex price is down 95%. And what happened? For 2 years, your portfolio is affected because some lumnut blamed Richard Hart for the hex price being down 95%. See how retarded that sounds? So for anyone like Zach saying no one goes to jail, nobody gets sued, here's the difference. Wait till it goes to $1
Until
or
it
wait till
doesn't.
you get big enough until it doesn't. Until all of a sudden you're going to be like, and not a single one of you guys are going to be like, well, let's go visit Moon. No. You're going to be living your life. You're going to be doing what you do.
I'll visit you, bro.
Huh?
I'll visit you.
So for that, be smart in what you're doing, because what's happening is we live in a world of engagement. Everyone wants to be on top because it's all about attention. We're in an attention world. Whoever gets the most attention is going to get the most green candles, is going to get the most money. However, there is, in this situation, in many situations, you just don't realize it, there are results to that. There are consequences to that. So what people are doing is they're basically saying, fuck it, I'm all in, I'm going for it. But that does you jack shit in the end if it doesn't go your way. Now, how can you still win while doing that? Listen, pDAI, Teddy Bear, none of that needs the Moon King anymore. It's as big as it's going to get as it can be done. I can't do nothing right now. I'm not bringing people in. The chances of people coming in now that there is an exploit potential is slim to none. Nobody is coming over to take part in a potential exploit to win. It's just not happening. If you're in, you're in. If you're out, you're out. It has already been said. Now you're going to have people trading it and bulling and buying people's outs and people buying people's in and selling people's ins. That is the definition of a market. But if you think just because I decided to say I'm not shilling this anymore, it's going to make a difference to your bags at this point? Absolutely not. It's out of our bags because Richard Hart is full-blown talking now. And once he's full-blown talking, ain't nothing I can say. I can say pDAI goes to $1, and it ain't going to get 1,700 likes and retweets like Richard Hart says so. So that's just the facts. Moon King did what he could do legally. So you can hate on me as much as you want just because I'm no longer talking about it, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? Once it gets proven, or if it ever gets proven that it wasn't an exploit, we can talk about it. We can talk about the moves. We can talk about Teddy Bear flipping Doge. We can talk about all that. But until then, there is, in my opinion, an exploit out there. And for that, I think the true belief is to de-risk, because that has increased, in my opinion, the risk. Your risk factor. There's something that came in. You can't say I'm 1,000% still confident without in your mind saying it's either going to zero or it's going to go to $1. That means you're not 100% confident. So when I hear people, hey, I'm going for it, it's all in. I'm gonna, you you've got, like, for example, Somni. He was 90% for sure it was Richard Hart. And even after he came out and said it with a question mark, he's now like 100% sure. It's like, no, that doesn't make sense when you talk about percentages. You have to go down in your percentage. If this was Vegas, that percentage of 90% would 1,000% at least go down to 80% based on the possibility that Richard has said do not buy it, even though it's with a question mark. They would 100% go down in percentage. It would not stay at 90 or even go up. That's just not how gambling and how odds work. So knowing that, you have to, in my opinion, you have to de-risk, and you just have to stop talking about it, because if you're wrong, you're going to get wrecked. So I think what's happening right now is you're seeing influencers take their space, their place for top dog. They want the top dog spot. Moon King has always been saying, I'm going to take the back seat for the longest time. So you can have the top dog if you want to have the top dog. Take it. Because there's way too much consequences on this side of being wrong for it to actually mean anything. So I understand the 50-50 split. To be honest with you, Moon King is right down the middle. I am not for it. I'm not against it. I just know that the exploit changed everything for me. In my mindset. When Richard Hart came out and said that, in my mind, the narrative is dead that Richard Hart is behind it. That simple. Now, when I see narratives being changed based off of that, that proves my point even more, that the narrative is dead, because you're changing your philosophy based off of that tweet. Right there means that anything that you said prior, there's a little bit of playing with being done. And that changes my mindset. So for that, I have to say, step back, eat my popcorn, and watch people be made, or watch people get 1,000% wrecked. That's crypto. That's what we signed up for. This ain't easy, man.
You mentioned it's 50-50. That means the correct price of pDAI should be at 50 cents.
No, you can't do that.
I'm joking.
That whole Somni, it's 50-50, like, no, because everyone's bag isn't the same. So the mindset of the little man putting in $2,000 to make $1, to make $1 million or whatever it is a lot less risk for a person that's worth, let's say, $50 million. $1 million is not doing anything for that person that's worth $50 million. So that man's probably going to have to risk 10, 20, $30 million of his stack for it to be worth it. And that is a lot of money and a lot of risk to someone's stack to make a dip into their number. That's why you're not seeing like massive spikes. People with big money coming in right now as we see fit right now. The only person really doing it is Somni, and based on the blockchain evidence, he's down tremendously. I don't know if that's true or not. Everyone's saying he is. So nothing against Somni. He's not here to argue himself. Maybe we should get on a stream.
And Cash Money.
Maybe we should get it on a stream. But if
Cash
that
Money
is true, of course, your mindset is going to try to get people to do the same mindset as yours, because you need to get your bag back. So you're not going to just give up and just take a loss. No, I'm going for it because I got a shitload of money that I'm down on, and I screwed up, and the market took down upon me. So therefore, you're going to do what's right for your bag and try to at least break even, because that's what happens during things like CTOs. The mindset on CTOs are different. I need to make my money back. We need to try to print our bag back. We need to somehow get that money back. So in my opinion, when it comes to Somni, that's the reason he took the lead the way he took the lead in buying lows and things like that. Of course, you're buying lows and trying to pump it up from there because you need to make your money back.
I reckon Somni believes.
I think he believes also, but because you are down on your money, you have no choice but to believe. Remember, money is the number one driving reason of this space.
Yeah.
If you are down on your money tremendously, you are going to do what you got to do to pump your bags. Look at every hexagon that's down 95% on their money right now. What are they doing? They're still shilling. Why are you still shilling? Because you believe. Why do you believe? Because you've got a bunch of money locked up in this that you're down on, and you told a bunch of people, and you told a bunch of friends, and you told a bunch of your family members to get in, and now guess what? You are forced to believe whether you like it or not. Those are facts. That's how people react. That's the human mind. So when I see this and I hear this, even when I heard he put it in, and they're like, "Oh, he's got cell walls up." Why are you going to have cell walls up if you believe?
Maybe to
Allegedly,
accumulate more. I mean, liquidity providing at the minute is pretty beastly. But I mean, I just
he has to be here. He has to be here. So I'm not just picking on Somni. I'm picking on everyone that's actually down on their positions that believe. I'm just letting. What I'm doing is I'm literally the counselor that you need to hear this, and why you are thinking the way you are thinking. Because at the end of the day, you want your bags to go up. That's the reason why we do this. But don't let that really. Don't let that. Okay, let me give you an example, because this is actually a good life story. Like, a lot of people need to hear this. When I got wrecked in 2018 and all my crypto went to crazy amount of money to $10,000, and I put it into an ICO that ended up being a scam, it went down from $10,000 to $3,000. And I had to make the choice whether to keep shilling and keep going with this coin and try to pump my bags and make my money back and make this, which ended up being a scam, go up and make me a bunch of money. I pulled out, and it was the best decision I ever made. Pulling out's good to do, peeps. So it was the best decision I did. I'm not saying pull out of pDAI. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just giving you the mindset. That allowed me to have the ability to put money into Shiba Inu. Because if you look at the price today of that coin, that $10,000 is worth about $10. Now I'm sitting, living nice. Now, what I'm saying is I had to de-risk from something, even though mentally I knew I was down on my money 80% right away. So the best traders are those who can admit if they're wrong, or they can de-risk to be right or wrong. Those are the best traders ever in crypto. Man, if you sold Hex at 10 cents, when you knew it was over and not going back to 50 cents, you would be able to buy under a fraction of a penny. You can still believe in Hex, but the right move actually was, if you had the ability to do it, pull out and buy back lower. It's that simple. So when I see people who are buying, and supposedly believing, their mindset is doing what they probably should have done, and that was take out and either buy back lower or de-risk, but they didn't. So now their mindset is, I have to push. It's either I de-risk and get out, which I'll look like an idiot for some influencers or for some people, which you're not. You wouldn't be. But in our mindsets, that's what it looks like. I knew when I said I was going to draw back, when I was going to draw back, that I was going to get a lot of heat. You don't think I knew that? Of course not. But it was a smart thing to do. But other people will say, I'm going for it. I'm going to be the roaring kitty. I'm going for it. This is all or nothing. Blah, blah, blah. Or I also need to pump my bags. But when I see sell orders, everything that you say to me just goes out the window because you don't even believe what you're saying. First, it was go to $1. Now it's fuck it. Let's go to a penny. Wait, what? That's 100x difference in your mindset in literally one day, but you're still saying you believe, but now you're shilling a penny. If only we can get back to a penny. Wait. Is it $1 or is it a penny now? You know what I mean? Like I take all this information and I just make my decisions. But the thing is, people don't see the forest from the trees and really break down what people are saying. Do you really think it's going to go to $1, or you're only trying to go back to a penny? And why are you saying a penny? Is that where you bought in initially? Or is that where you put a bunch of money in over there? Like, why are you saying that? Why are there sell orders? Why? Ask yourself why. Ask yourself anytime I say something, why? Ask anytime Steve says something. Ask anytime why. Ask Richard Hart. That's what we are doing today. We're asking why question mark, why. Come to conclusion, but also take full responsibility. It ain't Moon King that dropped the price. Everyone said I dropped the price of most. No, I didn't drop the price of most. I just told you the market, man. And I'm telling you what I'm doing, and I've been very transparent from the get-go. And the funny thing is, if you're a subscriber, and Steven could probably answer to this, if you're a subscriber, I made a video prior to all that stuff coming out of what I was doing with portfolio and what was the best thing to do. That was pre-Richard Hart even saying that he is out. So when I saw the hack, I said, okay, it's time to I'm de-risking. This is what I'm doing. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing. This is the smartest thing to do. I will be buying bags of PTGC. For me, it was PTGC. I'm buying PTGC. I'm making my portfolio more PTGC, more pulse chain heavied, and making everything else a little less. Because right now, I feel that that's the best thing to do. And what happened? Richard Hart comes out with that stuff. He starts selling. Price gets dropped. That's me pulling myself out and looking at the full picture. If you don't learn to do that, in my opinion, you are going to end up on the wrong side of history. You can be on the right side of history. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Just think about your portfolio more than not. Don't be 100. I'm not 100% in Pulse X. I'm not 100% in Pulse Chain. I'm not 100% in Pulse Die, pDAI, Teddy Bear, Ink, you name it. Just know at the end of this bull market, which I think will be anywhere from 6 to 8 months, at the end of that time, you have the time right now to make your portfolio what you think it is. If you think it's pDAI, you do that. But guess what? You are the only reason your portfolio either went up
Of course.
Always remember that.
All right. I just want to thank you guys. I think I just want to emphasize as well the importance of that concept that you said about de-risking are actually something that's, I mean, it's crossed my mind because my portfolio is very like pDAI centric in the sense that I've got a lot of Atropa things and that's all tied to pDAI. But yeah, maybe de-risking somewhere else. But for me, I'm still, I mean, especially after this stream, cash money, the conviction, like this is the kind of place that I come from. This is like, you know, my bag is like the pDAI portion of the bag is low enough that I don't care if it goes to zero, but big enough that if it does go to $1, it's phenomenal. So
Correct.
I also believe in this as a movement. I believe in what this meant for the blockchain. I believe in the freedom that it represents. So for me, it's actually it's definitely bigger than the dollar value for me. But the dollar value is also phenomenal. We can't take that out of the equation. So I won't go on too long. I just want to say thank you guys so much for jumping up. It's been like, I mean, Moon King, this is the first time we've got to speak like this. I mean, I've been on your subscribers call. We spoke once, but this has been a pleasure. Khalid, it's been an absolute pleasure, man. Like we should definitely do this again. Cash money. You're gonna be a pDAI legend, bro. You're gonna be, if pDAI goes to $1, this stream is gonna go down in history.
It will, man. Like I said, like I said, man. Good stuff, good research. Like you should go. To be honest with you, I want to let you know those chats. I think you should go up in there, man. Especially as someone that's more core related, because you're going to bring information to them that may or may not make them think twice, or may or may not make you think twice. I don't think they're hostile in there. They have been very, very 50-50 in letting people talk. I think it would be good to see you go in there and do your debate and stuff. Like we went back and forth. I don't think there's really truly a winner or a loser because we don't have an answer. You know, whether you believe one way or whether you believe the other way, at the end of the day, everybody is speculating because we don't have an answer. If you had the answer, it wouldn't be crypto. So until it happens, we have the answer. Someone's going to be right or wrong, but at the end of the day, we're all speculating. So do your thing, man. I think you should go up in there. I'd be interested to hear you speak with Habibi
and Giga.
Well,
right, boys.
Giga, yes, but mainly Habibi. Habibi has been looking for someone to debate, but in a clean, fair debate, in a back and forth debate, and I would like to see that because you're more technically sound. He's more technically sound. I can debate somebody like Somni because Somni doesn't really know what's going on. He's just being speculative. So that debate would be an amazing debate. Going back and forth, I'm going to go more towards the speculative route because that's just what I do. And I always say I'm not technically sound to be able to give you full answers or full things. I can just give you stuff that I've heard, and I'll speculate on that, and I'm massively a genius in doing that. But when it comes to actual technicals, I mean, it's just not my thing. So,
all right. I think everybody would love to hear that, to be perfectly honest. Everybody would love to see you get in there. I don't think it would go down well, to be honest. I don't think, it would.
I think it would, man. I think it would.
It would create a lot of hype.
Listen, man, I think yes, you're going to think a lot of people are going to do it, but I can literally ask Ghost and say, yo, just keep it between those two and mute everybody else, or bring everybody else down and let them two go at it.
It would be legendary.
Yeah, I mean, it would bring a lot of eyes naturally, and this is the best thing going on pulsechain right now. But the only problem is it consists of somebody either taking a shitload of money from the ecosystem or not, and that's what makes it so controversial.
All right. Boys, I've got to go. It's almost 2 a.m. It's been a pleasure. You boys have an excellent day. So take care, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining. And
God bless everyone.
Later, man.
God bless you all.
It's full market, Steve. We don't sleep.
DJs run the chain.
Hey, man.
Take care, guys.